You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good morning, it's October the 27th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm really well. How about yourself?
Not too bad, but I can tell you I'm going to be staying inside if it's going to stay as frosty as it was this morning for the whole day.
It's raining cats and dogs here, right? So I'm pretty much the same way. I am just but I am thankful I live in Nova Scotia, Canada, and I am sending love to Jamaica, Cuba, and that area right now. They're being hit pretty hard.
I got my Jamaica hat on.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Again, Jamaica. Correct.
Yeah. Lots of love to them.
Yeah, Category 5 coming in today, I believe, is what's hitting them.
Yeah.
I saw that this morning. Yeah.
The eye has disappeared, so that makes everybody quite worried.
Yeah. Just imagine. Exactly. So.
Yep.
Yeah, all we have to worry about around here right now is just frost.
Yeah, it's raining here, but we need the rain here in Nova Scotia. So right now it's a blessing.
Yeah.
And again, thankful I live here in Nova Scotia, Canada versus Jamaica or Cuba at the moment.
Yeah. All righty. What's anything new and exciting?
All kinds of new and exciting stuff. And I asked you beforehand if I could do some self plugs. I sit on the board for the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society here in Nova Scotia, obviously. And as you guys can see by my name here, I am an earth medicine facilitator, which is one of the reasons they asked me to sit on the board. We're doing some exciting stuff. We're having a speaker series here in Nova Scotia, in Halifax. Our first speaker series starts Thursday night. It's going to be at the Halifax Library. And we have an amazing human coming in from the Holos group of people talking about the psychedelic renaissance. So I invite you to come. It's free and open to the public. We will be streaming it, and I will be sharing the streaming information as we go along. Good. And what I find really exciting about this is we do have a series. We have four speakers set up, and I am your second speaker coming up on November 17th. And I will be speaking about the psychedelic medicines I use and I support and I serve. What they are good, what use they are for us as humans and what they can help combat, and integrity behind serving the medicine.
And where are all these being held at?
At the Halifax Public Library in the BMO room. And it is free. We ask you to show up a few minutes ahead of time. Speeches usually last between 30 and 40 minutes, giving us 20 to 30 minutes for questions and answers. We will be streaming, so there will be questions coming in from around the world, and we're trying to hook up with other psychedelic societies as well as Mark Caron's Mark's Conscious Living Network and stream out as much as we possibly can. We've got some pretty interesting people coming up.
Super. I think you may be surprised by the people who show up, the amount of people, because there's so many people still in the psychedelic closet.
Yeah, well, we've been receiving a lot of messages asking and making sure that we will be streaming the speaker series for people. We're specifically getting questions from people in Nova Scotia. We're not a big province, but it still would take everybody, a lot of people that are asking questions, 5 or 6 hours to get to downtown Halifax if they're coming from either end of Nova Scotia. So I'm excited that we will be streaming it. I'm nervous, speaking in front of that many people and on air. I mean, I do it 3 times a week via us, but besides us sitting here, I don't have people sitting in front of me. So
just the saying is, just imagine everybody being naked, and that way you'll put a smile on your face instead of being worried.
Yeah, so it's really exciting. I am really excited to be part of it, and I'm really excited to promote it. And we're hoping to get information out there and get a conversation started here in Nova Scotia.
Good. All right. Yeah. When you get it going along, like closer to when you're speaking and all that, make sure you bring it up again. Let everybody know what's going on. So.
Absolutely.
All right. Talking about what's going on, let's get on to the news.
Yeah.
Here we go. First story is up.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, cannabis companies ask U.S. Supreme Court to take up case challenging constitutionality of federal prohibition.
A coalition of cannabis companies has filed a petition asking the U.S. Supreme Court to take up their case challenging the constitutionality of federal prohibition. About 2 months after the court accepted an application for an extend the filing deadline, the law firm Boyle Schuyler Flexner LLP that's representing the company submitted the petition for writ of certiorari on Friday.
The case from Massachusetts-based cannabis companies and industry leaders, Canna Provisions, Geisy Cellars, Wiseacre Farm, Verano Holdings, they argue that the Commerce Clause of the U.S. Constitution precludes the federal government from enforcing criminalization laws against interstate cannabis activity. To that end, they want justices to reevaluate a landmark 2005 case, Gonzalez versus Reich, wherein the Supreme Court narrowly determined that the federal government could enforce prohibition against cannabis cultivation that took place wholly within California based on Congress's authority to regulate interstate commerce.
The new Supreme Court petition argues that the Reich decision was an abbreviation in the court's decisions or court's precedents on the Commerce Clause, a necessary and proper clause, and represents a drastic departure from the federalism principles those clauses embody. The ruling 2 decades ago permitted a dramatic intrusion in the exercise of the state's police powers, it says.
Yeah, just something completely separate. 2005. I never think of that as 2 decades ago, and that just made me feel old. The Controlled Substances Act significance to the exercise of the state's policy powers is massive, and even greater today than it was in Reich's time, when only 9 states had legalized cannabis, the petition says. 38 states have now decided that the health and safety of their citizens is better served by making cannabis available through regulated channels than through prohibition. The CSA displaces those states' choices and imposes Congress's own views on interstate policy. The serious federalism questions raised by that intrusion warrant the court's attention now, as they did in Rock. The petition says that after the Rock decision was issued, the federal government has undermined the notion of any link between the CSA's interstate goals and its interstate prohibitions.
Since 2014, Congress has barred enforcement against state-regulated medical cannabis, but not adult-use cannabis, while leaving both prohibited under the CSA. State-regulated medical cannabis is therefore less regulated from a federal perspective than the least controlled Schedule 5 substances in the CSA. The DOJ has taken non-enforcement even further, with the policy of not enforcing the CSA as to either state-regulated medical or adult-use cannabis. This long period of desuetude, I can't even pronounce that word, has served any link between controlling state-regulated cannabis and regulating interstate commerce, therefore rendering the CSA's intrusion on the state's policy making even more stark. A U.S. appeals court rejected the arguments of the state legal cannabis companies in May. It was one of the latest blows to the high-profile lawsuit following a lower court's dismissal of the claims, but it's widely understood that the plaintiff's legal team has long intended the matter to end up before the 9 High Court justices.
4 justices must vote to accept the petition for cert in order for the court to take up the case. While it remains to be seen whether Scouts will ultimately take the case, one sign that at least some on court might be interested in the appeal is a 2021 statement from Justice Clarence Thomas, issued as the court denied review of a separate dispute involving a Colorado medical cannabis dispensary. Thomas's comments at the time seemed to suggest it would be appropriate to revisit RUC, a move that could upend federal prohibition.
The statement pointed to policy development since the earlier case was decided, such as the hands-off enforcement approach taken by the Department of Justice, as more states legalized cannabis in a congressional budget rider protecting state legal medical cannabis programs. Now, Thomas wrote that whatever the merits of RUC when it was decided, federal policies of the past 16 years have greatly undermined its reasoning. He was describing the government's approach to cannabis enforcement as a half-in, half-out regime that simultaneously tolerates and forbids local use of cannabis.
Through federal law, though federal law still flatly forbids the interstate possession, cultivation, or distribution of cannabis, the government, post-RUC, has sent mixed signals on its views. The justice continues, saying the situation strains basic principles of federalism and conceals traps for the unwary. The initial complaint in the current case, now known as Canada Provisions versus Bondi, filed in U.S. District Court for the District of Massachusetts, argued that government's ongoing prohibition on cannabis under the Controlled Substances Act was unconstitutional because Congress in recent decades has dropped any assumption that federal control of state-regulated cannabis is necessary.
At oral argument on appeal late last year, David Boyce told judges that under the Constitution, Congress can only regulate commercial activity within a state, in this case around cannabis, if the failure to regulate that in-state activity would substantially interfere with or undermine legitimate congressional regulation of interstate commerce. Boyce, chairman of the firm, has a long list of prior clients that includes the Justice Department, former Vice President Al Gore, and the plaintiffs in a case that led to the invalidation of California's ban on same-sex marriage, among others.
Judges, however, said they were unpersuaded, ruling in an opinion that the CSA remains fully intact as to the regulation of the commercial activity involving cannabis for non-medical purposes, which is the activity in which the appellants, by their own account, are engaged. The district court, meanwhile, said in the case that while there are persuasive reasons for re-examination of the current scheduling of cannabis, its hands were effectively tied by the past U.S. Supreme Court precedent in RUC.
This comes in the background of pending cannabis rescheduling decision from the Trump administration. President Donald Trump said in late August that he'd make a determination about moving cannabis Schedule 3 of the CSA within weeks, but he's not yet to act. Meanwhile, this week, the Supreme Court agreed to hear a separate case on the constitutionality of a federal law prohibiting people who use cannabis or other drugs from buying or possessing firearms. The Trump administration has argued that the policy targets a category of persons who pose a clear danger of misusing firearms and should be upheld. Huh?
Wow, that's it. That's a relatively short marijuana moment story.
It sure was.
I had to scroll a couple of times to make sure I really? Okay.
Really? Yeah,
That's
unfortunately, mine's the one that's on the screen, so I got to do it when everybody's watching. I was surprised too. What, that's done already? Good.
Not repeating it 5 times?
All right. On to the next story. Here we go. What's up?
Yes, coming to us from Leafy. combining cannabis and tobacco linked to mental health issues, the study shows.
People who use both cannabis and tobacco together have different brain chemistry when compared to people who only use cannabis. And the difference is linked to higher levels of anxiety, depression, and relapse into addiction, a new study claims. The findings come from a study published in the journal Drug and Alcohol Dependence Report, where researchers from McGill University at the Douglas Research Center examined brain scans from 13 young adults and found significantly higher levels of fatty acid amide hydrolase, which is FAAH, in those who use both substances compared to cannabis-only users.
FAAH is an enzyme that breaks down the endocannabinoid anandamide, often called the brain's bliss molecule, due to its role in mood regulation. Researchers used data taken from a previous study which analyzed the brains of 8 young adults who smoked cannabis only and 5 who co-used cannabis and tobacco. The cannabis-only group smoked an average of 1.5 grams per day and had been using cannabis for an average of 4.5 years. The co-using group smoked on average 1.3 grams of cannabis per day and smoked an average of 6 cigarettes per day with an average of 4.8 years of cannabis use, using a powerful, go ahead.
Using a powerful positron emission tomography imaging tool and the radio tracer called CURB, researchers examined areas of the brain that contained overlapping nicotine and cannabinoid receptors. They found an imbalance in those who used tobacco and cannabis, which could result in less natural mood regulation and greater vulnerability to stress and relapse. Levels of FAAH were found to be significantly higher in those who co-used tobacco and cannabis, and higher levels of FAAH equal lower levels of anandamide. Big word.
This is like, I find this quite interesting. Higher FAAH levels mean lower concentrations of this molecule, creating an imbalance that affects the brain's natural reward and pleasure systems. This disruption may leave co-users more vulnerable to stress and increase their risk of relapse when attempting to quit. Wow. This mechanism, the study says, could help the reason why co-users of tobacco and cannabis tend to have greater difficulty giving up cannabis. Why wouldn't you just give up the tobacco instead? And experience more instances of depression and anxiety than those who use cannabis alone.
This is the first evidence in humans of a molecular mechanism that may underlie people who use both cannabis and tobacco experience worse outcomes, says the lead author, Rachel Rabin, who's associate professor at McGill. Now, for those who don't know, I didn't mention earlier, McGill is in Montreal, McGill University. Identifying this mechanism is an important step towards finding targets for future medications to treat cannabis use disorder, especially among those that co-use tobacco. Right now, the only available treatments are behavioral therapies, such as counseling.
Or they could treat the addiction to the tobacco and all the chemicals that are in tobacco and leave the cannabis alone. That I didn't realize we were getting into that. That blows my mind. One of the drawbacks of the study, a result of collating the data from a previous study, was the absence of a tobacco smoking only control group. Researchers acknowledged this and plan further research, which will involve one as well as a cannabis only group and a cannabis and tobacco co-use group. I'm curious if when they talk about this, are we talking about people who smoke on a regular basis or people that only smoke with their joints or their bongs, right?
Yeah, correct. You're talking about like poppers, for example. Like,
poppers, or I mean, like, you know, when I smoke cigarettes, I mean, like when I rolled my joints, I always had tobacco in there. So I'm wondering if they're talking about people who like roll with it only, or people that use it regularly and roll with it. Or
they use people that said, they talked about cannabis only smokers, and then they talked about the cannabis and tobacco. They talked about how much they consumed. 1.3 grams average a day, and an average of 6 cigarettes.
But I mean, yeah, I still want to know, like, are they smoking their cigarettes after their joints, or are they smoking their cigarettes in their joints?
Well, I'm looking at people who smoke both tobacco and cannabis separately. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The study, the study claims to be the first to investigate differences in FAAH levels in the brain between people who use cannabis and people who co-use the two substances that are commonly combined.
Co-author Romana Misera, professor of psychiatry and director of the McGill Research Center for Cannabis, noted the strength of the findings. What surprised us was how strong the effect was and how different it was for those who only used cannabis compared to those who used both tobacco and cannabis. The researchers found significantly higher FAH levels in people who use both cannabis and tobacco compared to cannabis-only users, particularly in 2 key brain regions, the substantia nigra and cerebellum. The differences were substantial, with what researchers described as large effect areas.
Importantly, the study showed that higher tobacco consumption was directly linked to higher FAAH levels in these brain areas, meaning the more cigarettes someone smoked, the higher their FAA levels. However, or FAAH levels. However, cannabis use alone showed no such relationship with FAAH levels, suggesting that tobacco is the driving factor behind the elevated enzyme actively in co-users. The results support previous research, which identified a correlation between tobacco and cannabis co-use and poor mental health outcomes. A 2023 analysis of data from over 50,000 US citizens found that the risk of anxiety and depression doubled when cannabis and tobacco were used together.
There you go. Now, in one of those paragraphs, it said here, meaning that more cigarettes someone smoked. So
Yeah.
I'm going to take that as people who just smoke cigarettes and smoke cannabis separately.
Yeah.
And so there you go. Yeah, I saw that headline yesterday and I thought, wow, what's this all about? Gotta look into that. So, okay, here we go. We'll just move along on to the next story. Did you have to say anything else to say? Anything else you want to say about the last one?
There's a lot. Like I have been following these popper things that the young group is doing. And it's the physicalities that I've noticed with it. I mean, we know that cannabis is a medicine. We know that it goes into the lungs and it helps to open the lungs fully, and it helps us to breathe better. And whatever we're doing to our bodies when we inhale the hot smoke, we're helping to heal at the same time. Cannabis is in there doing the work. If you combine that with tobacco, remember, the cannabis is going to go in there and it's going to open up your whole lungs. It's going to make everything open and everything wonderful. And that allows tobacco, and not just the tobacco, that we have learned over years that tobacco, modern day tobacco, is full of carcinogens. It's full of, and they put rat poison in there. They put all kinds of chemicals and crap in. So when you open up your lungs, now you're allowing all of those chemicals and all of those carcinogens into every point of your lungs. I don't care if you're smoking the cigarette with it, like poppers are rolling into your joints, or if you're smoking a joint and then you follow it up with a cigarette. Your lungs are still open at that point in time, and you're allowing all those carcinogens to get in there. So it doesn't surprise me that it's now been linked to mental health.
Yeah, I know. It's just
to give my 2 cents.
I could never understand why people would mix tobacco with cannabis.
Well, when I was younger, we weren't always guaranteed to have good weed, and it didn't burn properly. So like I found when I was a cigarette smoker, putting a little bit of tobacco in there helped it burn beautifully. I actually choked less with chemicalized weed than I did if I rolled just a joint. Yeah, so and it made the joints bigger, made them last longer, blah 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 blah. So there were reasons, but as I quit smoking cigarettes and moved on and learned more, it was just like, oh, look at what I did to myself all those years.
And if you light a cigarette now, within the first 2 or 3 puffs, your friggin' head will be spinning in circles.
Oh, listen, I work with mapacha, which is indigenous, grown and prayed over tobacco. Now,
Mhm.
it has none of the chemicals in it. The only chemical in there is the nicotine. And I use that for smudging people in certain ceremonies. And man, and we don't inhale it because it's that strong. So you just bring it in, but you still get the nicotine in your system. And man, oh man, a few puffs of that. Woo!
I can just imagine. I can just imagine.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. Here we go. On to the next story.
On to the next story. Coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference. CBD may reduce systolic blood pressure.
High blood pressure is a serious public health issue facing the world today. International researchers estimate that roughly 1.4 billion adults aged 30 to 79 years worldwide have high blood pressure or hypertension, representing 33% of the population in this age range. Now, hypertension can lead to a variety of health problems, including but not limited to heart attack, stroke, heart failure, aortic aneurysm, kidney damage, glaucoma, dementia, diabetes, obesity, and even death.
Absolutely. A team of investigators based in Brazil and affiliated with various health and academic research institutions recently examined CBD use and how it may impact systolic blood pressure. Systolic blood pressure means the pressure in the person's arteries when the heart beats and pumps blood throughout the body. It is the upper number in a blood pressure result. The systematic review and meta-analysis assess the effects of cannabinoid oil, CBD, on systolic and diastolic blood pressure in humans. A comprehensive search in PubMed, Cochrane Library, Scopus, and Emboss databases up to May 2024 identified 4 randomized controlled trials comprising 104 participants, 3 assessing short-term administration, and 1 chronic use in hypertensive individuals. This is stated by the researchers about their investigation. And the researchers published their findings in the journal Brazilian Journal of Pharmacognosy.
Meta-analysis demonstrated a significant reduction in systolic blood pressure after acute cannabinoid intake, but no sufficient change in diastolic blood pressure. Chronic administration promoted reductions of 7.01 mmHgs in systolic and 4.55 in the diastolic blood pressure, the researchers found. These findings suggest that cannabinoid may benefit blood pressure control, specifically with prolonged use in hypertension patients, but further high-quality randomized controlled trials are required to approve this efficacy, safety, and clinical availability to cardiovascular care, the researchers concluded.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I know that several years ago, and I'm going to say probably a decade ago or two, I was talking to a doctor, a new doctor in the clinic where we're at, and she saw me reading a Treating Yourself magazine, and she told me that cannabis would lower my blood pressure. And I said, well, what do you do about lower blood pressure? High blood pressure, you're on medications. What about low blood pressure? What do you do then? And she says, call us when you faint. She said, yeah, I thought that high number, I've seen it 90 and 95 on mine. Yeah.
Yeah. My father has had high blood pressure and has been on medicine for a long time. And he got diagnosed with cancer a few years ago, and I got him taking CBD. And then his blood pressure started going down, like down, down, down. And he recently found out, probably about 2 weeks ago, that whatever he's been doing has been helping. And the doctor said, stop taking the blood pressure medicine. You don't need it. That's what's screwing up the blood pressure. But he's been taking CBD for 5 years every day.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's the big difference, right?
Yeah. The study, and you got a person that living in your house that says yes, that study's accurate. Way to go. It's always good to see stuff like that. So,
It is.
all right, last story before we go to break.
Yeah, coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine. Manitoba cannabis revenue growing at a faster pace than liquor sales.
Manitoba residents have been spending an increasing amount of money on legal cannabis products. Revenue growth in the province's cannabis sector has been significantly outpacing alcohol sales and gambling. This was a key finding of the latest annual report from the Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Therein, the Provincial Crown Corporation reported a $16.5 million or a 10.7% year-over-year increase in cannabis revenue between March the 31st, 2024 to the end of the first quarter of this year. That total came to $170 million during the 12 months. Alcohol only yielded $14.24 million more, while casinos generated $11 million more than the previous fiscal year. Sorry, Cindy.
So no, that's okay. The province Crown Corporation reported 16.5 million year-to-year increase compared to 14.2. So I mean that's still close, but we're beating it by over 2 million, and
Correct.
only 11 million for the casinos, which is pretty. Like, I mean, we're doing good. These things are growing as fast, and that means that the natural medicine is doing what it needs to do.
Exactly.
While alcohol continues to be the top revenue generator for Manitoba for now, pulling in 888 million during the period, the latest data has shown that cannabis's popularity is growing significantly faster than booze and gambling. This boost of reefer revenue, I love it, was largely fueled by purchases of extracts and flower. It can be significantly credited to a greater number of stores throughout the province.
Extract sales rose by 19.6% year over year to 59.8 million, while flower generated almost 66 million of the total. As of March the 31st, there were 229 dispensaries in Manitoba, 24 more than the previous year. There you go.
Nice.
Okay,
Go Manitoba. One thing that I will say here, like we've got our cannabis dispensaries are in the back closets of our liquor stores. And I stopped in this morning when I was out running around just to get a few pre-rolls because I've got people coming this afternoon and I didn't want to waste time rolling. I just wanted some pre-rolls and I was out. So I stopped into the liquor store, which is just up the road from me, and go back to the cannabis closet. And I went back. So two things I noticed when I was there. The liquor store, which is usually overly full, they usually have all the shelves full right back to the back, especially this time of year, getting ready to come into November, blah, blah, blah. And then they usually have all kinds of things piled in boxes all around the store. That store was virtually empty. Like the shelves were not full and there was nothing piled on the floor. Absolutely nothing. There was one person working in the entire liquor store, no customers. I get back to the cannabis closet. There's 3 people working and a lineup of customers.
That's good news. That's good news.
That was beautiful as far as I'm concerned. I was talking with one lady who's the manager of the local liquor store, actually, and she says, "You want to know what ice?" Because we were talking about how alcoholics, recovered alcoholics now have to go past this and blah blah blah. She goes, "You know what?" She goes, "Give it 5 years." She goes, "I see this being the cannabis side, and we'll stick booze in the back of the closet." And I'm like, your word, your lips to creators' ears. Here's hoping.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting change, wouldn't it?
Yeah, a few years later, we've had our store here for about 2 years. So 2 years later, and you can see the beginning of her prediction actually happen.
Yeah,
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, we've got to go. It's medication time. We're right back. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420.ca.
Style Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide us prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, we're back, or I'm back. I see Cindy's not. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. But I'm not sure where Cindy is.
Cindy's here.
Cindy's here.
Cindy took so long coming back. That's her fault. My apologies.
Hey, it happens occasionally, right?
It does.
You know, if we weren't live, I'd just edit it out. Nobody would know any difference, right?
And nobody would know. But we're live, so y'all get to see me return from getting a drink of water.
Yeah. You get the bloopers as well as the news.
Yeah, all in one.
All in one, exactly.
All in one.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Ohio Health Agency grants $400,000 to fund psychedelics education and training for first responders, doctors, and more.
That's fantastic. An Ohio Health Agency providing a state university with $400,000 grant to educate first responders, law enforcement, emergency departments, and behavior specialists about how to deal with potential adverse psychedelics experiences as more people use the substances for medical or recreational purposes. Amid the expanding psychedelic reform movement, there's been an increased attention to the possible health effects or benefits of substances like psilocybin and ibogaine, but only a handful of states allow for the regulated use of certain psychedelics, typically in medically supervised settings.
Ohio is not among those states yet, but Ohio State University is now launching its psychedelic emergency, acute, and continuing care education PEACE initiative. With nearly $500,000 of funding from the State Department of Behavioral Health's SOAR Innovation Grant Program. People have started to learn about the benefits of psychedelics, while at the same time, the federal government categorizes these as controlled substances. This is coming from Stacey Armstrong, who's the Associate Director of the OSU's Center for Psychedelic Medicine Research and Education. And she said this in a press release last week.
And she says, with the promising outcomes of clinical trials, there has been an explosion of information, but the information has been limited in addressing adverse experiences and harm reduction. Now, funding from the DBH grant will go towards in-person seminars and online training materials that will be made available to those in professions most likely to face instances where someone might need attention after using psychedelics outside of a medical regulatory framework cost to qualifying participants.
Support someone's challenging psychedelic experience in a way that's going to be helpful, not increase risk or harm, Armstrong said, adding that the center created the psychedelics program and support them in facilitating quality care, psychedelic-informed crisis triage, and referral guidance to healthcare providers with specialized training in psychedelic harm reduction. According to the CPDRE, the Peace Initiative is intended to reach over 127,000 professionals across the state, which will also include doctors, nurses, social workers, psychiatrists, and other disciplines.
CPDRE is all about access and affordability. Tina Romalia, CPDRE's program coordinator, said, "Too much information in this space is inaccessible, unaffordable, or inaccurate. Our job is to make it all three: accessible, affordable, and accurate."
Yeah. With funding now secure, created this content, but its value depends on reaching the people who need it. Angela Douglas, who is the CPDRE Clinical Research Coordinator, she says, with DBH's network and workforce enterprises, we're confident we can get this training to every corner of the state.
They have extensive connections. Their workforce development and policy leads are actively recruiting, gathering information. So we're talking to the right people to make sure this gets to where it needs to go. Now, the OCU's efforts complement research it's done in the past, including one study conducted in conjunction with the Johns Hopkins University in 2023 that found an association between psilocybin use and persisting reductions in depression, anxiety, and alcohol misuse, as well as increases in emotional regulation, spiritual well-being, and extroversion.
While Ohio voters approved adult use cannabis legalization in 2023, there's been little interest so far within the legislature to pass psychedelics reform. That's despite the fact that the legislatures in red and blue states alike, as well as in Congress, have seen multiple efforts to advance the issue in recent years. And this is the second short marijuana moment.
I know, I thought the same thing. I checked during the break. I thought, geez, that one's another short one, too, in one show. All right.
Have they decided to stop typing so much over there? I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. I know if it was going to print, they wouldn't have super long ones. So this print costs money. Thanks for the thumbs up, Bob. We appreciate it. Okie dokie. We're time to move on to our next story of the day. And there you go.
Coming to us from Cannabis Science and Technology, Cannabis and Pupil Response. Study examines eye measurements after recent inhalation.
Yeah. Measuring the size of pupils may be useful in assessing acute cannabis inhalation, a recent study suggests. Now, pupil measurement and eye changes have been used by law enforcement to assess impairment from cannabis, the study notes, examining that some previous studies have used pupillometer technology to objectively measure changes in the pupils. This current study aimed to use this technology to measure pupil sensitivity and size of pupils after recent cannabis inhalation. Now, pupillary dynamics as a marker of acute cannabis inhalation was published in Clinical Toxicology in September 2025, and the work was supported through funding from the National Institute on Drug Abuse.
Wow. Out of 126 participants, 95 were able to complete all of the assessments. The participants inhaled cannabis as often as desired, and after 15 minutes, their pupils were measured using the NeuroOptics PLR 3000. Measurements were taken at baseline and at 40 minutes and 100 minutes following the cannabis inhalation. The cannabis, either flower or concentrate products, was provided by the participants themselves. For comparison, 30 of these participants completed the same assessments at the same time points without cannabis.
For pupil size, sensitivity, specificity, and accuracy were calculated to find a combination of the most accurate and predictive metrics. At least absolute shrinkage and selection operator model was used. Now, the percentage change in pupil size after cannabis use was demonstrated to have the highest area under the curve, specifically 0.73 at 40 minutes and 0.75 at 100 minutes.
What was it at baseline, though?
I don't know.
Additional results included individual measures were more predictive than considering variables together in a lasso model. Compared with the control group, cannabis inhalation was not associated with reliable changes in maximum pupil size when measured in darkness. Diminished pupil dynamics, including pupil response to light, were more predictive of cannabis use. Pupillary dynamics, when measured with an objective test, may contribute to providing an indication of recent cannabis inhalation, the researchers concluded.
Now, previous studies have examined methods of assessing cannabis intoxication from sources other than inhalation. In proof of concept study published in 2025, researchers at the National Institute of Standards and Technology measured changes in concentrations of THC and other cannabinoids on participants' breath after ingestion of edibles. This study was part of a larger study to gauge impairment while driving, noting the lack of reliable methods of assessing impairment from THC.
In this study, 29 participants ingested cannabis edibles of their choice. One of 2 breath sampling devices were used at 3 time points over 3 hours. THC concentrations were found to have varied after ingestion. Other results included 19 participants showed a significant increase in THC concentration at any time point. 4 participants showed no change. 6 showed a significant decrease in THC concentration, and the variability between CBD and THC trends suggested differences in biological processing.
This study did not compare THC concentration and THC dose, which was suggested for further studies. They say that this study supports the idea that multiple breath measurements over a period of time could be a way to use a breathalyzer to detect cannabis use, regardless of how it's ingested, explained Tara Lovestead, a NIST chemical engineer, in a news release on the study. And she says, however, devices will still need standards to ensure that they are accurate and used correctly in standards that don't yet exist. And when you look at that, the results, 6 show significant THC concentration decrease. You wouldn't, and things are.
Everybody was different in that. So
some didn't show any change at all.
Some some went up. And it's the same as the fact that the pupils, there's not enough difference in the pupils to say you can look at somebody's eyes and know if they're high. Which is what they used to do. I remember going to shows when I was a teenager, going into whether it be different shows at 16, 18, 19, whether it was bars or into concert halls. And I remember having we walk in and they check your eyes, especially if you're wearing sunglasses. I remember being, I wasn't wearing sunglasses, but I remember being behind people that were asked to lift their sunglasses. And so at one point in time, we really were looking at people's eyes to see if they were high.
Yeah, glossy, bloodshot, all that stuff. So.
Huge pupils, right?
Yeah. Okay, on to the next story.
On to the next story, coming to us from Leafy. Zurich seeks to extend legal cannabis pilot until 2028.
Zurich City Council has applied to extend its legal cannabis dispensary program until 2028, 2 years beyond its original end date after declaring the pilot project a success. The Zero Can project, which began in 2025 or 2023, has attracted more than 2,300 participants who have purchased approximately 750 kilograms of cannabis through 88,000 legal sales, the city announced on Monday.
Okay. City officials said the extension would cost CHF euros 690,000 euros. I can understand that one a little bit more. And be 690, that would be an extra three. It'd be over $1 million Canadian. And highlighted the program's impact on the illegal drug trade. Around 7.5 CHF million have been withdrawn from the black market, the city stated. Andreas Hari, the city councillor overseeing the project, emphasized that the pilot study focuses on health and protecting users from the risks of the black market. The program is supervised by the Psychiatric University Clinic Zurich.
The federal government approved an expansion of the program in July of 2025, increasing the maximum number of participants from 2,100 to 3,000. City authorities are now particularly keen to attract occasional users and women who remain underrepresented in the current participant base. The original study was scheduled to conclude in 2026, but the city's application seeks to extend the operations for an additional 2 years to gather more comprehensive data on the program's long-term effects.
The Zurican project represents one of a number of cannabis trials taking place across Switzerland as the country explores national legalization. In September of 2025, so just last month, lawmakers opened a public consultation on draft legislation that would allow adults to grow up to 3 cannabis plants at home, purchase cannabis from state licensed not-for-profit retailers, and possess and consume the medicine legally.
Now, the Social and Health Committee of the National Council submitted the draft Cannabis Products Act for consultation on August the 29th, with interested parties having until December the 1st to respond. If approved, the law could take effect by September of 2026.
Wow, exciting.
Yeah. Success. They're calling it a success. So,
yep.
And if if it wasn't a success, you could sure pretty well guarantee that the program would have been shut down instead of
they wouldn't be expanding it. No.
All righty, last story of the day. Here we go.
Yeah, coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference. Panama to register medical cannabis products.
Back in the summer of 2021, Panama's National Assembly unanimously approved a measure that sought to regulate the use of medical cannabis. The approval of the medical cannabis legalization measure was historic for both Panama and the region at the time. Unfortunately, implementation of the measure has languished ever since, with lawmakers and regulators struggling to set up the framework to launch a regulated medical cannabis industry in the Central American nation. Thankfully, a big implementation milestone was recently achieved in Panama.
The Minister of Health, MINSA, through the National Director of Pharmacy and Drugs, issued resolution number 372 of September 26, 2025, which establishes the requirements to opt for the exception to the sanitary registration of products containing medical cannabis and its derivatives. This is reported in local news coverage. According to the resolution, finished products containing THC exclusively for medical use may qualify for this exception. Authorization will be granted under the guidelines of the National Program for the Use of Medical Cannabis, administered by the National Drug Control and Drug Administration, the outlet also reported.
Now, in January 2024, Panama's government approved medical cannabis manufacturing licenses for 7 companies. However, just because those companies were granted licenses to produce products, there still needed to be regulations in place to register finished products before they can be sold in the emerging legal market. Currently, banking, commerce, and tourism are major sectors in Panama's economy. A significant contributor to Panama's economy is the Panama Canal, with the canal making Panama a major player in international trade and logistics. As a successful medical cannabis industry will further boost economic opportunities in the Central American nation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a long time. They've been waiting years for this program.
Yep.
Wow. That's too bad. A lot of patients have been suffering that could have been helped.
Yep.
Yep. So, well, hopefully they got this step. Hopefully the rest of the steps are already underway, and they don't get too much more in the way of delays. So,
Hopefully.
yeah, hopefully. All right, look at that. We got it done under the wire, even after all that talk.
Wow. That's
Maybe, eh? But they always have good articles, and
they do.
yeah, they are long. Like I said, if they were in print, it might be a different story because it takes so much paper, right?
Yep.
Costs money, which is weight when it comes to deliveries, all that stuff. So
yeah.
All righty. Well, anything else before we sign off and say goodbye?
I don't think so. But if you're not doing anything Thursday night and you live in Nova Scotia, come on down to the BMO room at the Halifax Library and catch our first speaker series here. And if you can't, we will be sharing the link, and I invite you to join in and watch.
And you will be sharing the link to your Facebook page?
I will be sharing the link to my Facebook page. Of course, I'll be sharing it over to Mushy Moment, and I'll make sure that we share it in the PACE newsroom and the PACE rooms as well.
Oh, all right. Sounds good. All right. That's the news report for today. And for our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca and at ease.ca. And in closing, as always, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. Wait, am I pointing the right way or am I backwards?
No, you got it right.
Please welcome myself and my awesome podcast partner, Cindy. So it's permanently stayed in the right way, so now when I point, it'll be the right direction. Nice. How you doing today?
It's been quite a day. Yeah, it's been it's had its ups and its downs and it's all arounds. Like, I mean, normally I wake up with a cup of tea and a joint, and this morning I decided to sit with the frog.
Nice.
Yeah.
And the frog said, ribbit. Nice.
Yeah.
So that's and by the frog, you're meaning Cambo. So you did a small little
I
Cambo
self-served
ceremony.
this morning. Yes. Yeah, it had been a while, and you've got to keep, when you serve these medicines, you've got to keep a relationship up with them. So within that, I sat with Combo today.
Nice. And how did that go?
Really, really well. I've only ever had one other experience like this morning. You were there for that one when Magda came and served us there in Vancouver a couple of years ago now. And I shook. And that's really what this morning was all about, was like I shook. And it's funny, each trip I set myself up right in front of the bathroom. So, yeah.
Well, detoxifying can be fun.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd call it fun, but definitely, it's definitely healing. And in the end, very beautiful. Even with the big purge, I think that makes it even more beautiful. So I came out of it feeling very good and very, full of energy and very clean. And then the friend that came along to sit with me this morning, we had, afterwards, after a bit of food and after, getting my feet underneath me, we had a little hape ceremony. And that was just absolutely very powerful and beautiful. So, but I mean, I had just been, extremely opened up by Combo as well, and left quite open. So yeah, it was a beautiful ceremony.
Nice. It makes the hape a little bit more powerful and less to go through when you've detoxified. That's awesome.
So, those are a couple of beautiful ups first thing this morning. And then I went and had a little conversation with my daughter, and I checked my email, and sadly saw that the education I was heading out west in November for has been canceled. Yeah, so I was quite sad. But they told us that, they're going to give us a good selection on, ones next year, and we can, get a little discount just for the things. So instead of going to Vancouver in November for my education, I will be hitting Mexico in February.
Yeah, bummer. Yeah, that sucks. Boy, that's so sad.
Isn't it terrible?
Awesome in February here. Then why would you want to miss that and go to a yucky place like Mexico?
Yes.
Wow.
So yeah, it's and that was a backup. So yeah, it's been a great day, and I got visits with family, and I got to see one of my grandchildren, and so now I get to sit here with you for the next hour, and then I have a beautiful ceremony planned for this evening. So it's been a pretty wonderful day.
That's you're rocking it already.
Yeah, I'm trying, working hard.
Yeah, I got up a little bit early. My puppy decided it was, it was a good time to get up. My buddy Al's been wanting me to stop by the last couple of days for a coffee. So I got there early and showed up and had a coffee and chatted with my buddy Al. And he's he's a massively awesome dude. His wife is in a home with dementia right now, and he's he's loving her through an incredibly hard time for people to go through, and watching the strength in his heart, love that those two share. And you know, every day he shows up, every day he's getting ready to go and share his love with her. And I just got to keep telling him that that's what fairy tales are made of. That's a love that fairy tales are made of.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a beautiful thing to see that type of love in play. It's absolutely awesome. And then I took Chica for a walk, and while I was walking her, I went down a pathway that had a whole bunch of beautiful amanitas growing. So I had to tap the tops on them so that they could spore, and then on some of the nicer ones, I had to pop the tops off and take them with me, because of course they are awesome medicine. If you cure them up correctly, they serve a beautiful purpose in the healing world.
Yeah.
They help me sleep through the night. They help me with pain. They're just a great help if used properly. And if not, well, they'll help you purge.
Oh yeah. They're not ones you should necessarily go and eat raw. No, you should cure them properly. It makes it easier on the human body to use them for sure.
They have a poison in them when they're raw, and curing them properly converts that over so that it becomes a medicine. But you sit there and munch them down raw. Yeah, there's people get sick on them. There's people end up in the hospital on them. Yeah, you just don't want to be doing that. Well, I don't anyway. But it's awesome because it's just every time you see a little patch of them, it's just the only thing missing is the fairy or the gnome. It's just awesome little magic gnome gardens.
Or the frog and the toad.
With a gnome hat.
I've got a very relaxed orange lump of a cat on my lap.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I have a dog that keeps telling me she wants to do things and go places, and that sitting down talking to screens is just not what I should be doing.
No.
A lot of times it's very correct. It's much better to be walking the dog park and letting her run while I'm observing and interacting and spending time with nature and reality, rather than spending time with virtual. It's virtually reality.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, he's like got his nails dug into my hand, trying to hold my hand close.
See, love is a beautiful thing.
You have been collecting amanitas, and how are you going to process those amanitas for human use?
They go into a dehydrator that is set for 80 degrees, and they sit in there with lots of air blowing on them, and they process down and convert the ibotenic acid to muscimol, and the muscimol is really good as a neuropathy help. It's good for a sleep help. I don't find so much that it helps me go to sleep. It helps me stay asleep. And there's different ways. Like I just have them in capsules. Some people take them and use them for a tea or, different ways. I'm not really dancing there, because when I started with them, it was for me for a certain purpose. But as time is going, I'm educating myself more and learning more. And it's they're it's amazing that the universe just gifts us medicine. And thank you to whoever the people were that learned how to convert it over so that it's not the poisonous medicine of ibotenic acid, but the healing medicine of muscimol.
Mm-hmm.
And that's actually an interesting point with the amanita. Most mushrooms out there, if there's a good version that's edible, most of them have a bad version that's poisonous, and it's one that looks like it. They're lookalikes. And if you get the wrong one, you're going to be sick. You're going to eat some of them, you'll die. And the amanita doesn't have a counterpart. It is both. It's poisonous, and if cured properly, it's medicinal. And it's an interesting thing that particular one didn't have a counterpart. Here's the healthy, here's the bad. So it's interesting that it's also one of the most noticeable and unique mushrooms. It's the Mario mushroom. When I talk to people about it and they don't understand it, the minute I go the Mario mushroom, oh, I know which one. That's the red one with the white. Yes, that's that mushroom.
It's the Christmas
Isn't it funny
mushroom
that they
too.
use it for magical moments within that Mario Brothers game?
Yeah, it's also the Christmas mushroom. People remember it as the Christmas mushroom.
Yes,
It's
in places like Siberia and whatnot, it got located because reindeers were eating them. So it kind of gets in that little reindeer association with the reds and the Christmassy and this. Yeah, it's kind of neat. I haven't danced in the history of where it all comes from yet.
You should. It's really interesting. It it is in part the reindeer, but it also is in part elves and Santa Claus, because people would dress themselves up to not be seen, and they'd hide and look like amanitas, right? It's really quite neat, and they would do it in the winter months, and the reindeer love them, and yeah, there's a whole history behind it, and I can't remember it. I have read it, and it's really kind of neat.
Yeah, I'm just kind of going through my Baba Masha book right now, just kind of refreshing, relearning. Sometimes we gather so much information that some of it falls into the cracks and corners in the dustbins and needs to be dusted off and brought back up to the forefront. And yeah, that's one of them. Hey, the other thing we got going is we've created the second company that's going to be taking on all of just the proper healthy supplementation that doesn't include any of the gray market, like the psilocybin or the amanita or any of the CBDs or any of that aspect. We've got Thrive Biooptimizers that we're looking at the 23rd to be our official release of the opening of the company through John Sayers Art Show. Oh, and I should throw up that I don't have the virtual link here. Damn it. We can post it underneath later because there's a link to come in, and his friend Leslie has put together a Zoom virtual tour of the art show, which will be 7:00 on the 22nd will be the virtual tour, which is pretty darn awesome. That John's got some pretty wicked artwork, and it's awesome that he's finally getting his premier exhibition to happen.
Yeah.
And at the same time, he's graced us with the grand opening of the Thrive Biooptimizers to happen in that same weekend, which is pretty exciting.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just looking to see if I can find that virtual tour. That's all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I should have it somewhere here. Hang on. Can I just drop something in on there?
You might be able to, yeah.
Let me see if I can.
I hear Chica. I hear you, Chica.
Hello. Hang on. If I go open that up, hang on.
Yeah, I copy invitation link. Now, if I go back here and I go to here, I can go paste and enter.
And
What are you
this
doing?
one, that one is the actual Zoom link.
Oh.
That'll get them in. Because I made the poster, so I just opened the poster, the actual thing on. I'm gonna click it. Oh, look at that. If I click it, it does that. Sorry, I had a mind fart. I wanted to see if it would open up the web page. No, but it'll put it right on the screen.
Well, and you should do that. There it is.
And a special thanks to Leslie Hodson for putting that all together. That's
Absolutely.
I'm pretty excited. So's John. It's a pretty big deal actually to finally have a your premiere showing, your premiere exhibition of all of your art. That's wow. And I have to say, you know, being someone that that watches him create and asks questions while he's creating, I'm always blown away by it.
Yeah.
Hey, hang on.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to get his website open. And then I can go here. Share screen, correct?
Yeah.
And then I go to here and share. Is it scrolling as I scroll?
Mm-hmm.
Well, looky there. There's some of his artwork coming up there. And just so people know, none of this stuff is small. He does quite large pieces. That one's 48 by 42, 48 inches by 72 inches. So we'll just do a quick scroll, you know, just because I got to, I got to show off for my buddy.
Yes, and Steve actually put the website together.
Yes, I did. So I'm showing off me too. But so these are some that are acrylic pours and 3D. Hi, Chica. Oh, come up here. Come sit up on my lap. Okay, so how do I stop that? Remove. There we go. Come here. Come say hello. Come on. Come here. Come here. Oh, here we go. Chica wants to say hi. Hello. Did you hear her yelling? She was saying, hi, Cindy. Hi, Cindy.
Hi, Chica.
Oh, yeah. So that's pretty exciting. And if anybody wants to, they can go to johnsayer.com and check out that art. So if you want to come in for the virtual tour of the premiere thing and support him in his journey, and that's all of that art is a journey of healing. He's used that art, you know, after his accident. He had so many upper body fractions and stuff. Sometimes he's creating art so much that he has to take a break because his arms just can't handle what he's doing with the work. And,
yeah, he works pretty hard.
Yeah, and it's awesome to watch him use the art as therapy with everybody. That's just a damn exciting thing.
It is.
Be there or be square.
What's going to be really exciting to see him sell something.
Oh, that probably won't happen.
Stop with your negativity.
Wow.
My
Let's
cat.
see, what new and exciting things have we got going on in the world today? There was something about some Blue Jays that flew 18 rounds of basketball or something?
I love my friends. Yeah. I'm not a big, huge baseball fan. My daughter, however, is like massively into the sport. I sent her to a game in the last round in the ALCS, I think it is that it's called. And you can't help but get excited if your kid is getting that excited with something. So yeah, I've been paying attention with her, which so has my dad, so have a few other people. And last night, game 3, it was an incredible game. I watched up to the end of the 9th or something like that, maybe even into the 10th. There was 18 innings. Like 18 innings. They started at 9 p.m. my time, finished at after 4 a.m. my time.
And half the country was still up watching.
Yeah. My daughter was talking to friends who they went to bed because they had to work in the morning. And they woke up and with the game still going to get ready and go to work.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah. It was it was crazy. It was an amazing game. I mean, the pitchers were just on fire. They kept striking out and striking out and striking out and getting them out. Balls were being caught and runs just couldn't come in. And we had, I think it was 9 straight innings that there was no score.
Wow.
Yeah. And then finally, LA scored in the 18th inning and took the game. So it should be an interesting game tonight. I'm sure the players are super ass tired after last night.
No kidding. Wow,
Yeah.
That's a lot of energy to keep putting out steady. Because once you hit 9, that's where it's supposed to end. So once you go into 10, you've got added adrenaline going. Oh, we gotta for 9 more. You're overamping your adrenaline for 9 more. Yeah, there's
a whole game's more worth of. We got to be the one that scores. We got to be the one that gets that run. We got to get the run. We got to get that point. And yeah.
And so like I say, on some pitchers today.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So but the pitchers were they were on fire last night to keep that game going for that long, and the fact that, obviously the rest of the athletes were, they were catching, they were making sure anybody that did, catch in a hit, they actually got them out. Otherwise, what an incredible game.
Wow.
And really in a game like that, I know technically Los Angeles won, but there really were no losers. Both teams played incredible, and both teams should be, incredibly proud of how they played. There was some intense athleticism there last night.
Wow.
Yeah. Not that this has anything to do with psychedelics, but yeah, very, very, very cool game, and it's very exciting, and it's neat to watch. The whole country plus get behind it. Well, it has been 32 years since our team had made it to the World Series. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. You mean since the Blue Jays made it to the World Series?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. The last time they were there, they won in 1993.
Wow.
They might have made it there again and lost since then. So I think this is their 4th time. I don't know. I'm trying to remember what my daughter told me.
Oh, my dad's going to be just reciting it all off too. He's just a little sports encyclopedia.
Yeah. But it's really cool. I love the bonding experience with my daughter and my grandchildren. My dad even made sure I had a Jays jersey just so I could fit in with them, and so it's a lot of fun. And later on tonight, I have a client coming for a therapy session, but once they leave, I'll put the Jays jersey back on and probably sit on video chat with my daughter and enjoy the game with her for a while, and or at least I hope. She might have a friend coming over, so
nice. Family time's always awesome.
It is, and like as much as I hate screen time, like it allows us to do things like this, but it also allows me to have friendships and relationships that I wouldn't necessarily have. Like I get to like hang out with you most nights for at least one joint,
Yeah.
and I've got other friends that like, and when I'm out there, I hang out with friends back home and do the same thing. Like like I love this, right, for that reason. So yeah, like with my daughter being like I want to be home, she wants to be home, of course she's got little kids. It's a way to hang out with people that you don't actually have to leave your house, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I have to agree. It is. I have no idea what I'll be doing later. Probably picking amanitas. Because you just have the season. There's just a season. You get it blessed and they're gone. So you take the blessings while they appear.
Yeah. And you work hard to gather them. Yeah. And you've been doing that. This is year number 3 doing that, like on this kind of scale.
Yes. It's actually 5 years. The first year I wrecked everyone that I picked.
I remember.
And then I went, I need to do a little bit of research and learn some shit here. So then I did. And then I only wrecked half of them. And then I utilized them, the ones I didn't wreck, and went, oh, I get it. I understand what these are doing. And then, then 3 years ago, I shared some of them and did a little more research. And I've actually been doing lots of research. I just don't want to blah, blah, blah till I've got it all lined up and ready to blah, blah, blah. But no, they're life-changing.
Yep. Yeah.
Mushrooms are life-changing.
Imagine.
Words that I never thought I would say. Oh, is it that time? It's time for us to take a break. So let's celebrate some of our sponsors that make this happen. Hang with us. We'll be right back after this.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And welcome back to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, October 28th. I'm here with my awesome co-host, Rev Cindy. It's funny, I slowly bring my finger up and check just to make sure. It's like, oh, yeah,
That's funny.
Now it's raining. Yucky.
Is she still pushing?
Oh, yeah, she's over here. Wine, let me out, let me out.
Yeah,
I want to go chase some bunnies around the yard. I promise I won't grab them. I just want to chase them. And then as soon as my back is turned, off she goes running down the road to go hang out with the other dogs down a few yards. Because she's a cheesy little muffin.
She is, though.
Oh, you know what I found interesting? I found interesting that lately, in I would say the last couple of months, there's been a lot of people reaching out and talking about iboga.
Mm.
And
Yes.
it's one that I'm not educated to talk on, man. It's kind of funny.
It's a lot of people have been talking about iboga. There have been a couple of podcasters that are pretty infamous that went for iboga retreats and then talked about them and talked about the healing. And that sparked big old conversations. It's I'm not really qualified to talk on it. I've got some friends who serve it. I've sat with it a few times.
We've had them on the show.
We have had our friends on the show. Yeah. And what's really cool is I might be able to go see one of my friends when I'm down in Mexico. But it's a very powerful medicine. The full alkaloids, which is the iboga, like the total alkaloids, it can be very dangerous when not used properly. And so you have to be very, very careful with it and sit with trained people. And we know trained people. They're good friends. I absolutely love these people dearly. And
I've been giving recommendations out to people that are asking. I'm just referring. I can't speak on it. These are the people that can. So I'm just referring them all. I'm sending them out. They're all educated and they're all really good. They're all extremely good. So really, it's just finding the person who your energy harmonizes with. That you go, this is the one that I want to work with. And I know that they're all Our 100th podcast was them on the show, and it was beautiful because it was one of those moments where it shows that healing isn't a competition; it's a pathway. And you choose the people you walk the pathway with.
And these three have been known to send clientele back and forth.
Yeah.
Because they recognize that. Well, listen, I'm not the right facilitator for you. You need to go see so-and-so. And it's really beautiful to see and it's beautiful to watch. And when I sat with Gareth, it was that way. Even though Patrick was my nurse, so I sat with both Patrick and Gareth. Mark was very much involved. He was calling a few times a day to check in on me. It was a pretty beautiful healing community that I got to be part of. Yeah.
One day.
Yeah, Mark Howard's waiting for you.
I'm waiting for him too. I just gotta, you gotta make things happen because medicine costs money and you can't just, I gotta pull a few things together right now. I'm just getting the company going. That's where the finance is going. But once the company's rolling and I've got a little extra finance, it's going to be going to get my ass kicked and healing up some of those. I've walked a pretty incredible healing path. And there's been a lot of the shadows in my past, the traumas in my past. A lot of that has come to light, and I've organized it and put it in. But you know, that particular medicine will find any that are remaining in the deepest regions, so that I can repair them and turn them into light, and just bring myself into a little more harmony of healing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's awesome. You know, the last year I've really been able to see how far I've come in my personal journey. And you know, I get it from a lot of my friends and my family. You know, they allow me to see the reflection of me. Because when we're walking a healing path, and I know that you know this, and probably there's a good bet it's the same for everybody. While you're walking the path, you're looking at the steps that you have to take, which means you're looking at where you haven't achieved. You're looking at where you have to go. And we forget to look back at where we started and to where we've come. And sometimes we can still be overwhelmed looking at where we got to go. But if you take that moment to breathe and turn around and see how far you've come, and the fact that you were just doing it one step at a time, you can let go of that overwhelming fear and go, it's just one step at a time. All it is just taking that step.
Yeah.
Okay, just take a step.
Yeah.
I like watching how far you've come. We've got to make hey, from the hey, do you think you might have a microdose that might help, to here we are, to look at how far you've traveled, look at the medicines that have helped you, and you've helped with the medicines, and the other people you're helping with the medicines. Just healing spreads healing. It's such a beautiful thing.
It does. Yeah. Yeah. I'm blessed to have walked the path I've walked. You know, I look at it sometimes, and I look at my life now, and you know, I think of the 5-year-old girl that was first hurt, and how she used to look at the hippies, quote unquote, and how I used to dream to be them. You know, healing with natural medicines and enjoying life. And you know, I was sitting with a friend last night and this morning who helped me do the combo. You know, and then we sat and did some hape, and last night we sat and did some cacao, and you know, it's just like, yeah, so this is the way my life is supposed to be. You know, I'm here now. You know, and I've been given permissions to help other people and use what I've learned to help other people. You know, and I have walked through a lot of fires. You know, and I've been knocked down a million times, and you know, I knew I was put on this earth to help, so I just kept standing back up and going, okay, let's just find another path and let's just walk it. And you know, I've made a lot of mistakes along the way that there are some people out there that can't let go of reminding me of, or exaggerating them and throwing them in my face. Yeah, but you know, the healing path takes you to a point where you just stand up and just walk, right? And if they want to live in the past, whether it's my past, their past, or somebody else's past, I have to walk away and leave them there. If that's where you want to dwell, I can't do it anymore. It's not where I want to be. I was in a lot of pain back then, and I don't want to go back to that pain.
And dwelling in the past means you're not in the present, and the present is all there really is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for a lot of my healing, it's been removing emotional attachment to past events so they don't affect my current events.
Mm.
You know, a vibration, a smell, a sound, they can trigger something that takes you to your past. And, you know, once you can view those moments from the past that cause that emotion or cause that spike, and view them in a compassionate, loving way, view yourself suffering them in a passionate, you know, compassionate, loving way, and let the heart help heal the brain, because the brain is the one struggling. The heart always holds in harmony with the universe, and the brain gets out there and struggles and drags the body with it. You know, they say you got to have all three in harmony to heal. You've got to pull spirit, mind, and body into coherence. And so many people struggle to bring the heart over with the brain and the body, but the brain is suffering, the body is suffering, and it can't drag the heart out. The heart is our coherence. We have to harmonize the brain and the body to the heart. We cannot drag nature out of its place. And
Yes.
our heart is our attachment to nature. It's our attachment to the all that is. It's our attachment. And the more we try with our brain to drag our heart along with it, we need to be in coherence. We're trying to drag you over here to an out of harmony humanity that's struggling. And the heart goes, no, I'm going to come on and sit over here and just wait for you. It's your struggle. I'm going to sit over here and wait. And when we finally learn that, healing is pulling them all into play and getting them all in harmony, but we can't change this one. So quit fighting and learn to pull it into harmony. One of my biggest lessons, one of my biggest fights, because boy, I struggle trying to keep my brain in harmony with my heart. That's an area where learning the science that the heart has the same neurons as the brain, and it therefore processes data like the brain, except that the brain can dance in fear and our heart can draw it out of fear. So think with the heart neurons, and they help to calm the brain neurons. Or in my reality, that's what I'm discovering.
Yeah.
Babble Moments with Steve and Cindy.
Oh, that's funny. I've got a cat on my lap and he's just digging his nails into my knee. There he is.
There he is. He said, "You talking about me?"
Hi, buddy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Corey to the show.
Yay.
Hi, Corey. Meow, meow.
Flops back down and grabs hold of the knee.
Chica just ran off. "You're putting a cat on the show?" I'm kidding. She's up in the window going, "When are you going to let me out? I want to run around in the rain."
She wants to go running after the rabbits and go bark at your neighbor's door and get his dog out to play. So they can run off together and get in trouble.
Oh, I'm going to post up in the comments, johnsayer.com, just so I can promote the crap out of it.
Yes, you should.
And I'm pretty proud of that website. And I'm going to be proud of the website I'm going to do for you as well.
Yes. Yeah, I'm excited for that.
And I'm working on the BioThrive with Thrive Bio-Optimizers.
And that would be your own website.
BioThriving.com. But don't go there because it's not up yet. I'm still building that one.
Oh, okay. I gotta put my cat down because he's digging his nails in. It hurts.
And he's like 40 pounds.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. He's a big cat. Big old tomcat, but I love him to death. He's pretty amazing. So, I sit on the board of the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society, and we have a speaker series coming up here in Nova Scotia, being held in Halifax at the Halifax Library in the BMO room. And to start off, we have this gentleman up speaking, Dr. Mustafa Aboud. And he's going to be speaking on the psychedelic renaissance, exploring healing across mind, body, and spirit. And this is happening Thursday night here in Halifax, Nova Scotia. It's a free event. So if you can make it, all you have to do is show on up at 6:30, a little bit before. We have the room for about an hour. There will be Dr. Mustafa will be speaking for a little bit, and then we will have time for a question and answer period once he is done speaking. And then this is one of 4 speaker series that we are doing. And the second one has been planned as well. It is happening on November 17th, again, in Halifax at the Halifax Regional Library in the BMO room. And yours truly will be the speaker that night. And I'm going to be speaking about walking with ceremony and healing with nature's medicines, focusing on the medicines that I personally work with and sit in service with, talking about ailments that they are good for, things that you have to watch out for heading into them, and the respect and the reverence and the integrity that it takes to sit with and serve these medicines. So I'm pretty excited to have been invited to speak and to be there. So that is what is up in Nova Scotia.
Who's in the third one?
The third one that will be coming up is our president, actually. She has a psychedelic therapy facility here in Nova Scotia, specifically working with cannabis, where you use your own cannabis and come in and have therapy with her, guided. I haven't sat with her yet, but from what I understand with her explanation, it's similar to a cannabis ceremony that we have with Stephen Gray, except for it's done privately with a little bit more talk therapy thrown in. So it sounds really exciting, and it's something that I'm interested in just going to try, so I'm educated about it.
Nice.
Yeah. And then the fourth person who has been set to speak, who's speaking in January, and Angela will be speaking in December 10th, I believe. In January, I can't remember the date, but we have an RN who works in palliative care and has been studying with Vital, and has recently graduated with that, and is looking at working in palliative care and geriatrics with psychedelics. And that is what he is going to be speaking on.
Wow.
Yeah. So pretty exciting stuff happening here in Nova Scotia.
That is. That's big, actually. Wow. It's nice to see it growing. It's nice to see people recognizing that, that psychedelics have medicinal value and actually help people heal, not just medicate symptoms.
Yep.
Which is it's yeah. Honestly, not something I'd ever see in my day. Didn't even think the cannabis stuff would happen in my day.
No, and when I first started using cannabis as a medicine, and then slowly got into, microdosing, macrodosing, which I've macrodosed most of my life, adult life anyway. But I got into using these things as a medicine versus as a recreational item. And it became life-changing. It led me to the rest of this. All of these earth medicines, and it's not just substances that I have fallen in love with. The art of breath medicine is amazing and can be just as healing, if not more so, than a lot of psychedelics, depending on depending on who you are. It's not depending on what you're looking to heal. It's depending on who you are and where you are in your journey. And different things suits different people. Some people would never sit with 5-MeO. It's not their medicine, but they can sit with, psilocybin. Some people don't want the substance, so the breath is really for them. So it, when I give this speech, that's really what I'm focusing on. It's not about the ailment you have. It's about who you are and what you're looking for. And everybody wants something different. I've had now a couple of people come to me wanting to sit with 5. That's where they saw themselves going. And instead we're sitting with breath first. And, I'm not sure if they'll ever go past breath, because breath is so powerful. But when I was talking with them, I hear very loudly that 5 is not the medicine for them at this moment. Yeah. So it's really cool working with this, and I'm really excited to put something together for my night to speak. And I'm looking forward to the first speaker series. It will be streamed, by the way. So when we announce the streaming address, I will be sharing that in Mushy Moment and Pace Radio and
Perfect.
on my own wall, as well as in your group, the microdosing group.
Yeah, the microdosing group. Holy crap, spammers, eh?
Yes, there's been a lot of decline.
Yeah, Helen and I were discussing that as well. I think a lot of it's bought.
Oh, very muchly. I mean, like it's you know, I have been declining with reasons of, you know, like you're not answering the questions, right? And I find the more I did that, the more these just names started popping up. And yeah, so it's been a fun, and I know I'm not the only one hitting decline. There are, I think, 4 of us that monitor that room, and I know we're all hitting that button just as much as the other ones. So
You guys are in there way faster than me. I get notified, oh, there's a whole bunch, and then I go in, it's all cleaned up. It's like, oh, right on, thanks. I do have to start spending more time in that group, though. Seriously.
Yeah, it's a good group. There's a lot of information going on in there, you know, and Helen is amazing at being on top of it and stopping the spam from happening. I mean, as soon as it happens, you know, she is on it, getting rid of it. Like, I mean, the most I do is look after membership. But yeah, Helen's doing a great job at looking after that room.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's weird to think of something that I started, right? Because I started that room or that group and, you know, reached out to a few people and it has just grown to, I think there's like 5,000 people in that group, maybe even over 5,000 people in that group now.
Pretty cool.
It's weird to watch it grow. And the last 2 months, I've dropped in maybe a half a dozen times. So it's weird to have it grow and go on its own, and having people like you and Helen and Lisa that are in there monitoring and looking after it, just to watch, you know, what was a moment of me listening to the universe. Hey, you know, it'd be good. You should do this. Hey, you know, it'd be good. I should do this, you know, and then watching what it's turned into and how many people share such valid and beautiful information. It's, thank you. That's all I got. Thank you, universe.
Thank you.
I just find it amazing. Right, Chica? She's just sitting on the couch there staring at me. I want to go outside. I want to go outside.
She's a hoot. Yeah, she's got quite the personality, that puppy.
Yeah, she does. Took her out yesterday to visit my girls, went out and saw them out in Surrey, and they're both doing pretty good. They, you know, considering they just lost a friend to an overdose just a few days before. And another friend of theirs was riding a scooter and got run over and is in the hospital with broken leg. They've just made scooters illegal out there, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Electric bikes, as long as they have pedals, are legal. And electric bikes with no pedals and scooters are, which is funny because in Richmond, you can go to a corner, use your credit card, grab a scooter and motor off because the city provides them there. But out in Surrey, I guess, with a lot of the stuff that's going on in the world today, they've just decided, no, we'll just make it illegal. So, and, you know, I can see it. Some of those scooters, people jack them up. They're doing 90 kilometers an hour. You better be wearing good gloves and helmet, man, because, you know, you bite it, you're getting hurt.
Yep.
And it's not always you biting it, like Katie and Jesse's friend that got hit by the car. Yeah, you know, it's like, wow.
Yep. Gotta be careful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
and you know, we're pretty much there.
We are.
We are.
Oh, you can always you can always tell when I need to focus on something on the screen. Can you guess how? Hey, Thanks for being here on Tuesday, October 28th. Everybody, thank you for being here for Tuesday, October 28th, coming up on the Halloween ghouly time period. And I hope you have a great Halloween. Hope you have a great Halloween. We'll chat before then anyways. And join us next week for another fun and awesome podcast. And yes, we are getting guests to come on, but just lately we just felt like, letting me babble. So
well, and we had a guest for today, and sadly it didn't work out. And it's been lots of education and very busy times as well. But yeah, we're getting her done.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Awesome. Have a great day.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Here we go. First story is up.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Cannabis companies ask U.S. Supreme Court to take up case challenging constitutionality of federal prohibition.
On to the next story. Here we go. It's up.
Yes, coming to us from Leafy. Combining cannabis and tobacco linked to mental health issues, the study shows.
All righty. Here we go. On to the next story.
On to the next story. Coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference. CBD may reduce systolic blood pressure.
All right. Last story before we go to break.
Yeah, coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine. Manitoba cannabis revenue growing at a faster pace than liquor sales.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Ohio Health Agency grants $400,000 to fund psychedelics education and training for first responders, doctors, and more.
And there you go.
Coming to us from Cannabis Science and Technology. Cannabis and pupil response. Study examines eye measurements after recent inhalation.
Yeah. Okay, on to the next story.
On to the next story, coming to us from Leafy. Zurich seeks to extend legal cannabis pilot until 2028.
All righty, last story of the day. Here we go.
Yeah, coming to us from International Cannabis Business Conference. Panama to register medical cannabis products.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cannabis and Coffee with me, to Marijuana. It's been a while since you see me on my show. It's been a month, actually, since I've done my show. And I was going to take the summer off and just kind of, ease through it because I lost my dad a month ago today. So it's been kind of a rough month. But I had a friend reach out and say, hey, are you doing a show and can we be guests? And I said, absolutely, because these are return guests. And this is a show update on Haley. So this is about her, and she's going to come on and tell you all about what she's been doing and update us, and Cheryl too. Her mom, Cheryl's with her too, but Cheryl's also been going to school and doing a lot of research and stuff that she can also update us on as well. So with further ado, I'm going to bring Cheryl and Haley Rose on. Welcome, ladies. How are you this morning?
Good. Hi, good morning.
Oh, that's a Pikachu behind you. Hang on. You got Pikachu? I got one too. I actually have an original one from when the kids were small that's 30 years old, but it's in my buffet. And I've got Charmander, and I've got, I don't know, some other ones, but they were the kids' is when they were little. I actually have a Teletubby sitting here.
No way.
Like,
yeah.
It was Tyrus's, my oldest son, who'll be 29, right? So this was his Teletubby. So this thing's like
God, that's awesome.
28 years old.
It's
and
Dipsy.
It still works.
That one is Dipsy.
You want to a Dipsy?
That one's Dipsy. No, I said that one is Dipsy.
Yeah, this one's Dipsy. Oh, there's no batteries in it. But if there was battery, I took the batteries out because it was still like if you touched his tummy, it would still.
Yeah, I just got my Pikachu at the carnival on Canada's Day.
Did you win it?
No, my boyfriend won it for me.
I heard you had a boyfriend. What the heck? Are you happy? Is he nice?
Oh, he's really nice and loving. And he's very understandable.
I just like you have like come so far, honey. Like I just love this. Like Cheryl, like it's just like wow.
I know,
like I said,
right?
From 5 years ago, where her laying on a couch and couldn't barely move to this. Oh, having parties, going out, karaokeing, and has a boyfriend. Holy.
Yeah. There's some.
Go ahead.
I was going to talk to you about the carnival. When I went there, before we went in, my mom wasn't sure if we should go inside the carnival. So we tried it out, and I went inside, and I went deeper and deeper and deeper inside until I found a game that I tried, and it was like, I think it was almost, it was like right in the center where there was tons of flashing lights all surrounding me, and my glasses that protect me from fluorescent lights, I didn't need them, and all those carnival games that you could play were all surrounding me, and it didn't bother me. And me and my boy, so and when we were standing there, I saw a game that I wanted to play. It was also flashy as well. The game is a basketball game. You have 3 chances to win. You throw the basketball into the hoop. Once you get it in, you have 2 more chances. I almost got in twice, but I missed.
Oh.
So then it was my boyfriend's turn, and he got it in twice. He only missed once.
Oh,
So
great.
So he won it for me, even though he likes Pikachu just as much as me. He won it for me. Though.
That's very sweet.
Yeah.
That's very
And
sweet.
when
I'm so happy that you have
when
found
he gave it to me, I gave him a kiss for thank you, and said thank you to him on the cheek.
That's okay. That's normal. That's okay.
Yeah.
Those are things that you're supposed to do.
Plus, I even was standing and so we went to a good place in there in the carnival to see the fireworks as well. And I still didn't need the glasses. And also there was this big Ferris wheel that kept on blinking and blinking, and I was staring at the Ferris wheel because some of the fireworks were above the Ferris wheel. And so on this side would be, pretend this is the Ferris wheel, okay? This is us on the ground. And we were watching the fireworks in the carnival.
You're watching fireworks. That is amazing.
On site with everybody else.
And all those people around you and all the noise.
Yeah,
and
the flashing lights.
Stimulations and all that noise and stuff.
Well, she did have so she's still having issues with sound. It is better, but she still requires
I know, but still, Cheryl, like
it's
just
the
that,
lights and everything, the stimuli, absolutely unreal. Yeah.
The only thing that was the problem in the carnival was the people that were having a band there. That music was too much for me. But all
the type of sound. So otherwise
lights,
she wouldn't have had the headphones on.
And the flashing lights were blinking like this fast as well. And even in the dark, when the fireworks were, the carnival of the Ferris wheel kept on doing flashing like this all the time, and I was looking in its direction the whole time while I was watching the fireworks too, because some of the fireworks were also where above the Ferris wheel. And I didn't, when we came home, I went to bed. I found out my mom told me that I didn't have any seizures in my sleep. So the next day, I felt even more proud of myself finding out that not one seizure happened. And even the next day, I didn't have a seizure at all, and for 24 hours as well. And even longer than that, I kept on having no seizures.
Amazing.
And I thought I was proud when I was at the carnival, but I was even more proud when I found out that I didn't have any seizures the next day.
Right? Again, these are something that you can't control yourself anyways, honey, but you're doing everything you can possible in your life with your diet and the cannabis and everything else to make it so that you don't have to worry about having seizures for 24 hours. And you can go to carnivals and you can watch fireworks and have strobing lights. And I just think that's so amazing. Like it makes me just like.
Tamara, to put it into context, it was 2005, the last time Haley was like at the Peony or any sort of carnival.
Oh, I know. It's been a long time.
That's 3 years before she got the first pediatric license in Canada for it. So it's like we're seeing in some areas progress that surpasses,
And
Well, and you've done that yourself. You've done that with your own research. You've done
yeah,
that with her. And
but
you've made all these strides and bounds to help her. But it'll help others.
yeah, it's been 19
Exactly.
to 20 years since I've been in one. But before we went in there,
so much fun. You know, just so much
I
fun.
asked my mom. My mom wasn't sure if I asked my mom if we could go into the carnival. She wasn't sure at first. She wasn't sure because of all those flashing lights for food stands, and mostly it's for the rides and games. We weren't. So I told her that if it does cause a seizure or I feel off, we can leave. But I want to try going in there first and look for a game. And as we went in,
we went looking for cotton candy. We went because now, so I for over the years I figured out how to calculate a amount based on her carbohydrate, sugar content, and as a special, very special meal, you could have a small amount, right? But you still get it, and right at the carnival.
Right.
So,
I mean, just to be able to have that little bit of
quality life.
Yeah.
Like,
So
I mean, just to be able to go, like.
Yeah. So as we got more into the carnival, there was even more flashing lights, and it still didn't cause a seizure, and I still didn't need to wear my glasses for it.
And no
I just needed
medication
my
while you're there,
headphones
you have to
because
medicate
of the band being so loud of music, even though we were really far away from it, or extremely far away from it as
You
well.
just say the band sucked. You didn't like the music.
It just bothered me, so I had to.
It was the type of music. Sorry, it was the type of music that was being played. That was the problem, right?
What music was being played?
So, okay, so it has a lot to do with like types of sounds. So for Haley, white noise is just like horrible for her. Fans, sweeping, like water running. Those are not good sounds for motors. So anything that has like that really kind of a it can be a problem, right? So depending on what the music is.
Yeah, heavy metal, techno kind of stuff, like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she likes like Rob Zombie and stuff like that, but Ozzy and things. But so
I've got. I don't mean to be looking away, but I've got this menace down here. He will not leave me alone, and he just keeps coming up and wanting to lick my leg. And lick
oh my god!
Lucy's come to say hello. So this is one of.
Do you want to talk about these?
So after the carnival was done and we were heading home, we thought that since it didn't cause a seizure, now we're gonna go to it more often.
Yeah.
That it didn't cause a seizure or cause a seizure in my sleep or cause a seizure waking up the other day as well. And all.
So you can go to other festivals and stuff. And I mean,
yeah.
Live lots of festivals every weekend.
Yeah. The only thing I cannot do would be the rides. I could play the games, but not the rides. But that's okay with me because I think the games are more fun.
Yeah.
Plus, another thing.
She's got a checklist here of things she wants to tell you about.
That's good. I'm glad you came prepared.
She did.
Another thing that happened this week and was we had a doctor's not an appointment like going there. I mean like on computer, on a phone or something like that.
Yeah.
He told me that I can come off more medications that are bad. What are the medications called?
So the diazepam. So she's right now going off some quetiapine, possibly a bit more. We'll see how that goes. Then, and we have another sleep aid in our pocket in case we need it, but we're gonna see how that goes. And then she's coming off the diazepam, which is a schedule, but we just want to make sure sleep's going how we want because there are changes with it.
Right.
So
Well,
you
yeah,
think about that?
coming off any pharmaceutical, there's always side effects. Not
Yeah,
depending
she's
on-
already come off oxazepam and creon, and now she's coming down in quetiapine. So
that's amazing.
And-
Like, these are all such, it's like these are such strides, and I hope that other people that have children with the same issues are watching and are learning from this, because I mean, so many parents give up. It's like the Joneses right out in Nova Scotia. Like, they had wished they got to go to Disneyland, all these things, because they're basically saying that there's no hope. Yet she's now scheduled for scoliosis surgery. So there's, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, at first
so-
I felt the same way when I first had first before cannabis. I first thought that too. I thought I'd never be able to get this far, but
No.
thanks to my mom, the cannabis juice, and the diet, and my
and the
grandpa,
previous
helping me out with the diet, I have now gotten this far, and I now found out that there is hope. You just have to be really patient, and then eventually you will find out that you can do this too.
In the will, though, Haley, because if you didn't want to do this yourself, your mom could have
Yeah.
forced you to do all kinds of things. And if you didn't want to do this stuff, you would not be doing it. And that's the thing.
No.
Will. You've had the will, you've had the fight, you've had, because you're a survivor, you're a warrior, you're the one that said, yes, I will do this. Because you could have said, no, I'm not eating that.
Oh,
No, I'm
the
not
diet
eating
is
that.
so incredibly strict, right?
Exactly.
For
And
her.
being, right. And being a
Yeah.
teenager when this started, I know I've got a teenager, how hard it is, and your sister too, how hard it is to get you guys to do anything. Right. So you wanted to do this, or you wouldn't be doing what you're doing, and you take credit for that. You should be very proud of yourself for taking the advice of your mom and following your mom's instructions because of your mom, and you, because you listened and you did everything, you are becoming better. And that's because you wanted to. So you should be very proud of yourself, because it wasn't for you, you wouldn't be doing any of this stuff, because you believe in yourself, and we believe in you too. And you're an amazing human being. And I'm so proud of you. And I'm so proud to call you my friend, to see the strides that you've done to become, like I said, 5 years ago, your mom was calling me and she was so upset because you were 80 pounds laying on a couch. You
Yeah.
couldn't talk. You couldn't draw, you couldn't sing, you couldn't do it. And now look at, now you're going to fairs and winning plushies, playing games, singing in karaoke, and have
It's surrounded by blinking, really fast blinking lights.
all of this, Haley, all of this is your growth in your journey that has been a struggle. You guys have struggled at a journey, and you've been set back, and then you went forward and back and forward. And now we just got to keep looking forward. And I hope,
Yeah.
I hope you can
At
go to a party
first-
every weekend.
Even though at first when I didn't have any hope, but as the years went by and I still couldn't get this good, I said in my head, I thought in my head that maybe the diet and this cannabis juice wouldn't help at all, so there's no point. But I found, but now that how long I've been on it and over the years have passed, I found out that it is possible and there is hope for this to happen. And it's been my dream to get this far and to go to carnivals and stuff like that. And I know, and now I know that dreams can come true too. You just have to be patient, and it can happen to everyone else. They just need to know to be patient and be and not give up and their hopes and dreams, because they can do this too. It just takes a long time, but it's worth it.
Well, you also have to have a parent that's willing to research and put you on the proper diet, because you know your diet might not work for somebody else, and the
No,
training you're doing might not work for everybody, but it's a baseline for everybody to go off of, right?
And look at, research more into, let's look deeper into
Right.
this, right?
Right, and then look into what would maybe be more beneficial for an individual child, a young
Exactly.
adult,
And
even an adult.
individuals on a whole, right?
You know,
Yeah,
when
I believe
if you're an adult now, like you're 31 years old, you're an adult, you're not a little kid anymore. So these are like stuff that you strives that would help adults too, as well as children.
Yeah. I believe that this can happen to anyone, no matter what they're on or what they're doing to help them. I believe that this can happen to them too. I just want them to know that just be patient. And
you can be
eventually your dreams and the hope that you wanted will come true as well. You just gotta be patient and never give up your hopes.
And eat your greens and drink your cannabis juice. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No matter what you're on, that's helping you.
Right.
It
And
will
again,
happen
like we never show
too.
people because not everybody can do everything. Like pharmaceuticals, like I have to take some pharmaceuticals. Some people have to take them. We never want to shame anybody for taking the medicine that they have to
no.
feel better. And like I said, I'm all about using cannabis first. Always. Even with my pain, I will smoke this. I will smoke joints. I will do everything before I have to go into this. Right? This is the last bottle of pills they gave me. It's gabapentin. It's 300 caps of gabapentin. So I try to do this before I ever do this. Right?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't take these daily. These are as needed. But this is the size of bottles of pills that I've got.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yep.
Another thing that happened as well that I'm proud of is another one of the doctors. Was it the same doctor?
Which one?
About he told he or it was
Him.
he
Them.
it was a he apparently.
You're a neurologist.
He told me that I don't need another EEG for a whole year. That's when he's going to see me again.
No appointment for another year.
We used to have them quite frequently, right? You used to have them like every 3 months?
Even up to 6 weeks EEGs.
Right. So you would have to have them very frequently.
She's seen it.
Yeah.
Right? And you're having to have them that frequently. A year. Like that's almost like saying
the last 2 years. Well,
That's
on
the-
cannabis
that's
juice
the term
with
somebody in
her special diet.
that they're in that's like saying somebody in Canada that has cancer is in remission, or somebody with Crohn's disease is in remission, or colitis or something. It's almost like you're in a remission.
Almost. There's a few things we got to tweak.
But
yeah, she's healing, right? Like they're so
my car's ready to pick up. Yay!
Woo! Another thing I'm proud of is that now that I've gotten so much better, I'm more active and I have more energy, and I've been doing more things. As you can see, like for example, the carnival, the fireworks,
going traveling,
traveling with my mom to
Kamloops.
Tell me about going to Kamloops on the campus at the university. I bet you that was fun too.
Yeah, I went there twice now.
Twice? You left your house on a bus? Twice?
Yeah.
We did have
Are you kidding me?
We did have, but we went to the forums and she watched presentations and
I know.
Yeah.
And that was the only time I needed a wheelchair.
Is on the bus, right?
It was on the bus. Yeah. The only time I needed it.
But you're not having to use the wheelchair either, are you? Like you're walking, you're not rolling a wheelchair. You don't use the wheelchair. Where's the wheelchair?
I don't think I need my brace anymore. I just can walk on my own now.
She's not going to go into a seizure, so we don't need to wear the safety harness.
Yeah.
Right?
So no wheelchair. No wheelchair. No wheelchair. No wheelchair.
No wheelchair. No safety harness.
No.
And I can go in cars now.
Yeah. So
hang on.
Oh, sorry.
I can go in cars. But the only thing I have to do in a car is have my wheelchair seat and
the cushion
and a back seat as well.
Like a car seat.
Two
Like,
little cushions. Just
yeah,
two cushions.
a back
two
seat
cushions.
for here, a back cushion seat for here, and a cushion
seat cushion.
and a seat.
Or I could come
cushion.
rolling up in my car, put them cushions in, throw you in my car, and come take you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can do
Just
that.
gotta bring the stuff for the diet. I'm a scale and a few other things.
I think that sounds like a plan. My car's fixed. See, I just got a text. My car's
Yeah.
fixed.
And even some cars that don't have much motor in the back of their seats, I could keep my feet down on it.
And she doesn't need cushions.
And I don't need a cushion
My
for that.
car sounds like
Electric vehicles.
Plus, another thing, if they do have vibration in the back a lot, then that's when I need to keep my feet up. But mostly, I'm keeping my feet down. And
my car sounded like a lawnmower. You wouldn't have been able to be in it, but now you can.
Yeah, and now I can walk on my own.
That's
Like,
so amazing.
Dexterity, gait, all that's up, increased. Oh,
another.
We have to take a quick break and
Oh,
we
we're gonna take a break, okay?
we have 5 minutes until we have to take a commercial break. So and then we'll take a commercial break,
okay.
a quick commercial break, and then we got another half an hour. So we got
Okay.
lots of time. So you don't have to pile. You got lots of time to tell us all about this. So don't panic. You still have enough. We got lots of time. We got all the time in the world. In fact,
I'm
we
not
got all
panicking. I'm just excited to tell everyone this.
other shows out, like, because I had to push it, like, because I'm usually on at noon. So, is there anything on this afternoon? He goes, no, there's nothing. It's all open. Woohoo! So we could go all afternoon, but we can't, but because we're on Roku TV now. So
Oh,
we're
nice.
on Roku now. We've got another app started or something. Yeah, but yeah, we've got lots of time, honey. So you don't have to rush through your list. We got lots of time, honey. Yeah.
No,
But
I'm
what
just
you were gonna say. Go ahead.
really excited to tell everybody this.
Jay, is it lots? Do you want to wait till after the break and
Yeah,
talk?
and let them know that I'm proud of myself. And
You should be
that
proud
they
of
can do it too.
You should be so proud.
Participation.
And you know what? Like I said, you're an ambassador for our community because we all watched you. We've all watched you grow up. We've been watching you go through this journey. I've been there since the beginning, like from like I've been
2008.
in Ottawa, like so I've actually physically touched you. It was like a long time ago, but I've actually like I stayed in the room in your room actually when we were in Ottawa
Yep.
with you, your mom, and Ryan because I think it was Ryan. Was Ryan?
Yep.
that was there
Yep.
at that time? I stayed in that room with you guys in Ottawa because I was I ended up going to go stay with somebody else, but they were kind of like I couldn't even have a coffee. They didn't have no coffee in their house. They had I smoked and they didn't like cigarette smoke and it was kind of uncomfortable. So I was rescued and I kind of come and just kind of flopped wherever somebody had a free flop and I flopped with you guys.
Yeah. Now the only time when I need a wheelchair is only on bus and sky trains.
And like if we were to go on a ferry or something.
Just
But
for protection,
it's
like,
next, like ferries on next on our list of trials, right? So
So who knows? We might
You
be
just
able
short-
to
isn't there a short, pardon me? Isn't there a short run from Sydney to Tofino? Like a shorter run than taking. Isn't there a short
I'm
run?
not
to
sure.
Tofino to
I
Sydney?
haven't even really looked into it, but the next would be like that would be the next level. The last one would be plain because that one was crazy. And that has a lot to do with the air pressure and stuff too. So there's things that I can't
But
assimilate.
yeah, I know she flew once, right? She
Yeah.
flew
Yeah.
all the way.
That was crazy, but yes. So that one's last.
You guys ended up flying home though too, and that was the flight was not great going home either. I remember that. Yeah.
And yeah. 2 years ago, I think it was, and last year, I think I was only going in cars.
No. No
cars. With wheelchairs.
That was
but now this year,
2022.
in 2022
is when you were in cars only in the wheelchair and all vehicles.
and
Right.
then in 2023,
And
that's
2020.
and in 2023, but in 2024, that's when I found out I didn't need a wheelchair anymore.
right?
That's just like
Just cushions,
it's
and
just
that's
been
it.
Is it just more like for
the last 2 years she's been
is
on
this
it.
for her own safety kind of thing? Is it just kind of like a safety comfort thing, or is it like
No,
is
the
it just
vibration
stop
causes
vibration?
seizures,
Oh, the vibration. Now,
right?
okay.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And so those cushions in the wheelchair help. So would those are
her actual wheelchair has roho cushions under the feet. She's got ones for under the arms.
right to stop the
It's souped right up for anti-vibration.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
again, because of the fact that because of these triggers like lights and vibrations and sounds and all these things are what were causing the seizures. Now that those have kind of been
Reflex seizures, they're called. They
Right,
fall
and
under
there's
that heading, but hers are just real severe.
right.
on
So
that.
would you say that they've alleviated themselves to a quarter, half portion, 90%? Like,
Okay, so there is definitely been a change in sound because she could not have running water. Like I had to fill the bath,
I remember.
and then she had ear plugs, and then she would bathe, and then she would get out. And after she was out of the bathroom with headphones on, I could drain the tub.
Okay,
Now
we're gonna stop.
there's waterproof headphones and gets in the shower.
Right, you said that she was showering.
Yeah,
Okay, we're gonna
that
stop
was
there for
last
1 minute.
year. Yeah, so
Yeah, and we're gonna
And
take
the water didn't bug me.
yeah.
The only time when water would bug me is either one in rain, two, we don't know about pools, but maybe,
Yeah, we haven't checked them out this year yet.
and three, if you're running water for a long time, but if you're doing it like a quick couple of, like 2 seconds, then it's okay. But if you're running it like washing dishes,
so sitting by a running creek would not be.
So there is better on it, but the main difference that we're seeing is in the visual, the optical seizures that we're seeing on the photos.
Okay, we're gonna have to take a quick break now and thank our sponsors that help us pay for this network so that we can keep doing these shows like Limestone Hydroponics and I can't remember right now, my brain's not thinking. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. And if anybody else is looking to sponsor our network, we'd appreciate that because we've lost a couple sponsors in the last little bit due to them selling businesses. I think it's what it's happened with one of our sponsors. And oh yes, and we also have Easy. It's Steve's Easy. Anyways, it'll come on the commercial and then you'll know. My brain's just not always on cue because there's like how many, and then I get them wrong and then I fuck up. So we'll just let them do it. We'll be right back after this commercial break to thank our sponsors. Now I gotta find one. Where the hell are they? He's moved everything on me. Well, the whole thing changed. Okay, we'll do this one.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we are back after those quick breaks, and see, there's so many of them I can't remember them all. That's a lot. But yeah, Steve's actually got a show on our network with Cindy, and they talk about psychedelic medicines. And also, Pierre was on our show last week from Kingston, from Limestone Hydroponic, and they do a lot of other things. Like they've gotten into houseplants and stuff too, because cannabis growing is not as prevalent as it has been in the past. Patients aren't doing it. The illegal market, there really isn't much of one anymore. And the big guys, I probably imagine, getting their nutrients from the suppliers themselves. So these small hydroponic stores are, and I mean, even in Nova Scotia, like they're closing the bong stores. Like Denise has worked at, Mackenzie has worked at that one store in Nova Scotia for like 17 years, and they're actually closing it. So there are people that are losing their jobs because people aren't going and buying their papers and their stuff at the bong stores anymore. They're going to the legal market stores because their papers are, like me. I mean, I've used blue zigzags. I've never gone to the bong store to buy papers anyway.
That's
Like
sad.
bongs, like, I mean, it's just not a priority. And like, you know, I remember like 10 years ago, we were all like, you know, buying bongs and buying all this blown glass, and everybody was right into all these, you know, like dabs. Nobody's doing that anymore. And
No.
it's disappointing that we're not having cups and we're not having cannabis events where we all get together, because nobody is growing anymore. Like, I mean, I'm not even growing anymore.
No.
That's sad. Really sad.
It is really sad. Like, our community is kind of like, because I said, oh, like, I always thought about canceling my show and just not doing it anymore, because it's tough to get guests. Like, nobody's wanting to be guests. I mean, me sitting here blithering for an hour, nobody wants to watch me blither for an hour about anything. Like, you know what I mean? So, but again, it's the only way we can get education out. And there are people that are still needing to be educated, because you can't go to a rec store and ask about medical. So it's good we still do these. And again, psychedelic medicines and that kind of thing are new and upcoming too, and drug reform. And the fact that we've got these new projects that are going on in British Columbia with forced addiction treatments and all these things that are kind of wrapped around our same, I guess, stream of activism, because it's all about drug reform. And I came in for drug reform. Like, I wanted to change the laws. Then I became aware of the patient and the cannabis medicine and all that stuff because of Michelle Rainey, right? And that's how I learned about the cannabis medicine and got my licensing done. And I was educated myself, because I came in as a political scientist with legal background, kind of wanting to do legislation, policy change, and I did. Like, that's where I stayed. That's why I stayed in that lane, and that's why I went to Ottawa and with you guys as well, where we met, because we wanted to change policy. Why I went to the convention in Montreal to write the policy to legalize cannabis, and we got. So that was my involvement, like sitting in MPs' offices and, you know, talking to politicians and, you know, doing that line of things. And even now, like, there's nothing for me to do. Really, like, there
is still gaps in the system, like,
Absolutely.
obviously, and not
There is.
like for patients.
But again, I'm not in that legal system, so I really can't be fighting for something that I'm not involved in. Because I'm not. I've got that nice little fucking record there, right? And I tried to get it. I can't get a pardon because there was a story published in Maclean's magazine.
What?
Too many cops. It was printed about me being arrested and doing that 6-month fucking whatever. So because it's in print in a publication, there's no way of erasing my record, because it's been published.
Because it's already been published.
And it's been published in a magazine like Maclean's, which is an accredited magazine that's not going to wash that for me. Like that's like you can't make like Pardons Canada can't go, hey, can you just like whitewash that? Like we're just gonna get rid of that, right? And that's why I can't get a pardon. Because of that publication, because I was an activist, because I was out there, because I did get arrested, because I did do time.
It's ridiculous though, because
that's horrible.
That's why I can't work in the legal market because I mailed 4 grams to another patient, 4 grams of cannabis in the mail to another patient, and that was before the Smith ruling. So we had no ability to share. We couldn't do that, right? And I just got my license. Like I just got my license and wasn't aware. I just thought, hey, well, I came home with them. I got arrested and walked out of the police station with an ounce of pot because somebody else had sent me that pot in the mail. And I got, like, they picked me up on my way home from picking up that ounce of pot. Yeah. I walked to the police station with that ounce of pot because I had a possession license. That person that sent me that ounce didn't get charged for trafficking, but I did.
Horrible. Yeah, that's not good.
And I did 6 months house arrest because I had a prior record for possession. So it wasn't my first charge. It would have been my first charge. It probably would have been, a fine, right? But I had a previous record for possession of cannabis, possession of something else, possession of cannabis. So it wasn't like I had no criminal record. I did because it was my 4th charge. They nailed me. And the only thing they actually want to put me in jail for 2 years less a day. And the only thing that saved me, the Crown was asking for 2 years less.
For 4 grams.
Trafficking. I had a 10-year firearm prohibition with that. I've never owned a gun in my life. But they put a 10-year firearm prohibition with that. That ended in August of 2025, or when was it? 2012. So 2022. I finally was free of that. But yeah, it's like it came out for 4 grams. But yeah, and the thing of it is the judge was my ex's defense lawyer at one time. And she was a friend of my mom's. So I'm standing in front of this judge that knows me personally, saying, and because you have a baby, I'm not going to put you away. So go home and be mom. But at 10 o'clock at night, they're going to put you and they're going to call you and you can't leave your house. Well, I didn't give a shit.
No, you're like, stay home, no problem.
No big deal. I could still smoke because this was my medicine. I had a license, so I could still smoke cannabis, but I couldn't do anything else. I couldn't, drink, and I didn't drink anyway. Like it really, and now it was working. So, and I had a baby. So you think I was going to be out partying after 10 o'clock at night? No, I wasn't. But it was the fact that I had to sit at home and have a phone call for them to phone me and say, "Are you home, Miss Cartwright?" Yes. I'm answering the phone, aren't I? Like I'm answering you. So yeah, obviously I'm fucking here. And you had to have a landline. You couldn't do it off a cell. You had to take it. You had to have
a landline, of course.
I'm so sorry.
And then I had to go see your probation officer twice a month for 4 grams of pot. So this is how I was treated for 4 grams of cannabis.
I'm so sorry to do that too. That's horrible.
Yeah, right. But again, like now, because of what we did, because I did that.
Because all these years of work.
Go through that, right?
Yeah.
I had to go
now, through that. Anybody can have up to 30 grams.
Nobody will ever have to go through that again. So I guess like I did it, but nobody else will ever have to again because we legalized cannabis.
Exactly.
Right? The first charge I got was literally for 6 grams of cannabis. I've never been charged with a large amount, right? It was 6 grams.
Like your personal.
It was my personal. I was medical, but I didn't have my medical licensing when I got caught with the possession, right?
Yeah, no, I know. It
doesn't matter.
That's crazy.
Anyways,
yeah, you can mail it. They even have special mailers for you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome, everybody. You're
exactly.
Welcome.
Yeah.
But I did the time. Now everybody can just do it legally, right? But when I did, I did the time. I did 6 months. I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, but I mean, for 4 grams of pot.
For a plant.
I walked in the first time I walked in the legal store, I started crying. And I turned around, I walked out. And I thought, fuck, I did 6 months for fucking this. And you guys are doing it now, getting paid. And I walked out crying. It was like,
helps people.
Yeah. Like, yeah. And it's funny because I sent it, because I sent that cannabis back because somebody that we know mutually had sent me her salve in the mail. And you know why I couldn't get away from it? Because I sent her a thank you card and a business card card, and my name was on it, and I had absolutely no defense.
You're like, here you go, no worries, right?
It was my first legal crop, and I was so proud. I'm like, and I was like,
I'll
thank you.
share this with you.
Yeah.
Look what I did.
Yeah. Yeah. Now she works in the legal market, and she's all over the place in her bikini and living her life, right? And I'm the one that did the time. And I don't think anybody ever mentions my name. And that's just, that's another hard one, but ever, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now nobody will ever have to go through that again, right?
Exactly.
Nobody will ever have to go through that again.
Exactly. That is in the past and it's staying there.
But nobody, my kids, you, my grandkids, your grandkids, nobody
Exactly.
will ever have
They
to
won't
go
even
through
understand that it was ever not legal.
right?
Which is
You'll
wonderful.
never have. It's like a beer before we're in probation. We don't.
Exactly. They'll never understand what happened.
As well, like us hiding in an alley smoking a joint, or fucking meeting some seedy guy in the alley to get some crappy weed, and checking over your shoulder to make sure you're driving home, making sure you're not being followed by a cop.
Stems.
And I rolled through, like, this is the worst. I was pregnant with Taven, and I had gone into Lethbridge, and I grabbed a couple ounces and I just threw them on my front seat and threw my coat over them, right? I mean, thinking, no license either. Like, I hadn't gotten my medical license yet. Fuck, I'm driving home Tabor. I was living in Tabor from Lethbridge. Fucking check stop. I roll in, they stop me. Of course, I'm like, look over, didn't say anything. What you doing? I'm just going home. They look down. Oh, you're pregnant. Have a nice day. And let me go. And I'm like, holy fuck. Neil got pulled over when he was out there on the fucking Freedom Tour. He got fucking nailed for 3.5 grams too.
Yeah.
And and he, as long as he stayed in Alberta, but the idiot went through Alberta, got nailed, got to go back to court, right? Like, so Alberta was the worst, and they're the ones with the most stores and they got legal vapor lounges. The only province that has vapor lounges. The hardest province to get anything done when we were out there protesting and trying to get it legal. Now it's like the Wild West. Woohoo! Because they privatized liquor. So because of the privatization of their LCB and their liquor stores, anybody can fucking sign up.
I'm glad that everyone's grandchildren and their children, and so on, won't need to go through all what you went through.
Even you to have to get a license, like for you to be,
7 years before we even be, like, since 2001, I was searching.
Right. And again, like what we had to go through to get licensed, we had to wait 10 weeks to get a license. We had to find a doctor. Never mind. I had to fly from Alberta to Ontario to go see Dr. Camerman so I could get a signature. Because my doctor in Alberta was like, I'm not signing your paper with marijuana. Are you kidding me? No, I'm not kidding you. And then it was like, well, you're a drug addict. Like, yeah, I'm not going to give you anything else for pain. You only use your cannabis, you drug addict, right? It was just ridiculous. And then the College of Physicians, still, even today, now they're making it so if you want to get a licensing, anything under, they won't sign for 20 grams even anymore.
Well,
most of these doctors,
but again, she's since 2008, right?
Right. They know even people that have had 50 grams, they won't sign them. The Health Canada is just.
That's
Pierre was telling us that on the last show we had.
That's horrible and so sad.
Because they don't want anybody growing a lot of cannabis, right? Because they don't want anybody growing a lot of cannabis. So
they're not going to like your microgreen.
It's because, the thing of it is, even after the legalization, they've had busts up to 1,700, 2,400 plants in Ontario from people that have licenses that are outrageous, that aren't actually patients. They're again extorting and exploiting our system, right?
Our medical system,
right? And there's always going to be that group of people that do organized crime. And I think these guys were Asian persuasion. You know what I mean? Not saying they're not Canadian, but they were Asian persuasions with the names that I saw. But they had licensing for, but they only had licensing for like 49 plants, 20, which is like 198 plants. So, but they were growing 1,700 plants.
Okay,
right?
That's crazy. That's not even.
Yeah, exactly. But again, when the police come in and they find, and again, you're not supposed to have more than one, no designation grow, 4 plant, they can't have 4 licensing, and they were just breaking every rule that they could break. Right? Again, one bad apple.
And that hurts the patients. That hurts
one bad apple. One bad apple fucks it for all of us, right?
Yeah.
That's the reason why now and even with the soldiers, when they went through did the kiosks on it was because of the money, right? How much money were they spending on veterans? And they wanted to revamp veterans' disabilities and how much money they were spending on. So they did this kiosk, and that's when the 3 to 5 gram limits came in because the government only wanted to pay for up to 5 grams, right? Meanwhile, some of these veterans patients had grams, like 20 grams a day.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They wanted to cut back the soldiers and the veterans, so they didn't have to pay for it. Meanwhile, they've been paying for their lights, for their grows, for their nutrients, all these things that cut all that stuff out of their benefits, right? And give them one set benefit for medical, and they've got a limit on it, just like everybody else in Canada. Like, to be fair, they were taking advantage of that portion of their disability, right? Like they were like 6-7 grand for grows startups.
That's so not fair.
But
Or
the
nice.
military benefits were paying for it. So in the hindsight, the government of Canada was paying for these veterans for their PTS, and I'm not disputing they had it.
They absolutely should, but then there's got to be fairness.
There was one that they found that had gotten up to $10,000 for a startup for a grow that the Canadian government had paid for. So if you're going to do that for a veteran, you should be doing that for every patient then.
Yeah.
We don't have veteran affairs benefits. They do. So veteran affairs benefits would pay for their stuff. They just put it in as insurance as a medical need, give them the receipts, and then they get a reimbursement, right? Because that's how it worked for their medical.
Yeah.
So
but instead of giving everybody else it, they take away from the veterans.
I think that is so
right. Yeah.
I think that's
again, they were taking advantage of it. Like, it doesn't cost
the government to do that to those people, and I think that's horrible and so sad that he's doing that when he when everybody
it's not now that we have now, but
that could help them, and it's just a plant. It shouldn't be a problem.
Right. And it should be freely available to everybody, right? But again, when you treat one community different from another community, it vets those communities and divides us, right? Because then other patients are going, well, they got more than we did.
Well, everybody should be having access to it.
Exactly. Everybody should have had the ability to put their receipts in for their lights and stuff, and somebody should have look at how long we fought. There's no
not taken away from anybody, but give to everybody, right?
To everybody rather than taking away from one, right? And it's the same with insurance. Some insurance companies, if you've got a license, you buy from the licensed producer, and you would put those receipts into taxes. You can be tax exempt on a certain portion of your cannabis medicine now. Some insurance companies, I think even Sun Life, will pay for a certain amount of your lead, but you have to have a licensing, and you have to be buying from a licensed producer through the mail. Like, it can't be you going into a rec store and buying it and giving them that receipt. It has to be like set up. And that's something that they didn't do before. So some of them are doing that. And that's a good thing. Like I said, there has been progress, not enough progress.
No, but it's somewhere. It's a start.
Right? But again, like, nobody will ever have to go to jail for a joint.
No,
nobody's ever going to get charged and do trafficking charges for.
In the end, no one's going to jail for cannabis, right?
Unless you're growing 1,700 plants and breaking every fucking rule.
Well,
then,
yeah, okay. So
there
is some regulations left on it, like those, and guaranteed they're not going to do 14 years either. They'll probably get a slap on the fucking wrist for it. But again, like I said, there are some, it's not ideal. There still is laws against it. I mean, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't have impaired driving laws. If you're impaired and you're smoking weed, you shouldn't be driving. Like, that's just one of the things, like, whether I do or not, it's my business. I'm not saying you should. It affects everybody differently, right? Like, if I don't, I'm a road rage. I'll kill somebody. Me. I don't smoke and drive either. I don't smoke in my car. I don't smoke, while I'm driving. I no more than I would be drinking a beer driving down the road.
I have two more things that I wanted to say to you.
You go right ahead.
That I'm proud of. The other one is that I'm having less seizures than I was before. How many seizures have I had before and now?
Ridiculous. Well, so the ketogenic diet was helping, but sorry. Okay.
The new.
Yeah. So and now
for your sugar.
So this is awesome. This is the best thing. Here's the thing. It's not covered for her because she's not a true diabetic. However, she does have severe recurrent hypoglycemic events.
Right.
So when the first year we were at single dosage, we're now at double dose, and The first year we saw about a 60% decrease in severe hypoglycemic events. Now it's more like
A reminder.
it's less than that. It's more like when we have to adjust certain things, like maybe the ketones, like because with hormone fluctuations, we may have to adjust the diet in order to compensate for changes like that. Right? So that's kind of like the fine tuning part. But this little device, what we suspected was highly suspected was that she was possibly having some of her seizures in her sleep were from hypoglycemic seizures.
Right. Her sugar
do not like to respond to the medications, and no way to track that other than like, well, how do you constantly be? I mean, we were running up to 75 tests.
Well, I mean, our poor fingers too. When you're doing a fucking like
ridiculous amounts. Okay, like ridiculous amounts.
Oh, my dad was a diabetic, so I know exactly what that is. My mom, they had a Libra, right? So mom can track it on her phone. Also, if you got a low night, and I've got another friend, Chelsea. She also is a diabetic, right? And she wears one of those too. She has a pump though, an insulin pump as well.
Okay.
So what happens with her is because she's a diabetic, insulin pump will automatically be notified from her phone.
That's wicked.
So that she can immediately start putting the amount of insulin into her body, so she doesn't have to give herself an injection. It automatically gives her a pump. So she's got the tracker on one arm, and then she's got the insulin pump on the other. So they automatically work together. So she can be stable. So it watches her highs and lows. Some days she's good. Some days it's bad too, because she's just getting used to this. But it seems to be a new technology that's helping for diabetes anyways.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. With Haley, because now we've used it a few times.
Which one is that?
More continuous stuff.
What's the name of that one? What's that one called?
It's the Libre 2.
So
the Libre 3 does 15 days. The Libre 2 does 14 days.
Yeah.
And apparently there's only a $10 difference in the price range. So then you're only at max going to have 1 day missing. But if you're doing it for the year, it should be fairly, a little close. This one just has like a day or so.
Yeah. And then you just drop it.
Before I used to have a lot more seizures. Now I'm having less. And how many?
Would you say like 50%?
Well, to now.
2 years ago?
Yeah.
Oh.
50%.
Well, okay, so I think that the issues that that a lot of the seizures that we were seeing in 2021, 2022, because when her glucose was low and ketones were high, her EEG was beautiful, just clear, right? So there was only one slow spike wave without formation that was even seen when we were doing all those testing. Right. And she was doing really good, but I was feeding her much juice. It was ridiculous.
How much
while she's getting a good EEG.
It
was crazy.
How much applesauce did I have to take?
Oh, apple juice up to 2 liters when it was real bad. Yeah, in order to fix it.
Bring the glucose levels up, right?
Get it to stay longer than 30 minutes.
Wow.
Every 20 minutes.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it was bad before. And then, but the ketones were up and the glucose was low and the seizures were doing good. And so when we saw that, well, the doctor's like, okay, well, we got to figure that out. We had 400 specialists 2 years in a row, 2021 and 2022. And no, we tried every possible way to maintain the glucose while keeping a good high ketone level. And her body did not want to stabilize. And even when we brought it down, it was like crashing. And it was severe. It was bad. She was almost off the keto diet completely. And at points was.
I was also in a hospital a couple of times in 2022 and 2021.
That's what I'm talking about, sweetheart.
Yeah,
is
I remember
because of the glucose. So I believe that there was also more hypoglycemic events actually happening at that time as well,
Right.
like that were causing seizures. But now this little device, we're seeing more of a steady flow. So we're able to better track it. And I'm actually really looking forward to having a compiled amount. So we're gonna have her at, she's at double amount right now.
Right.
We're gonna have that going.
Oh, you're not giving her insulin.
No insulin. This is only the Libre 2 to sensor
Right.
to record it, right?
Oh, right,
So
right,
she's at half her
That's what I
dose.
mean, like she's not diabetic, so she's just like kind of like. Just
Well, last year she was at a single dose of her cannabis juice. Now she's at double dose.
Oh, I gotcha. When you're talking
Right.
about
So now
okay.
we're going
yeah.
And before we did 1,000,001 blood tests. Okay. Like,
Yeah, I know. Like
it was over
alone,
in a matter of a period of 9 months. We did.
I know, right? And that costs
It's insane.
Yeah, and now how is it less now?
Oh, well, okay. So we've seen more improvement, right? So we've got more health, more energy, more things. I mean, you can tell that you can see it, right? Right. Here's your proof, right, of how she's doing. And this little monitor, though, it shows us, I've already got an idea of when her glucose is going to be lower. We're able to fine tune arranging it so we can avoid hypoglycemic events.
Right.
And once we watch this and we have some data from it, then because this fall, right? This fall is microgreens. This fall will be microgreens. Yeah.
Right.
This is
because there's so much, right? And I can't increase it anymore without it's already causing issues at that amount for her diet, and we're manipulating things in different ways. We tried an extract. I did take some time to try an extract. So a cold extract with acidic cannabinoids. There were benefits. So when we're talking about raw cannabis, I would absolutely say don't let, in most cases, right, don't let the fact that it's just an extract of raw acidic cannabinoids prevent you from trying it. For her, in her case, she actually does need that whole plant because I know there were things that got a little better when I additionally added on the extract, right, from a single dose and then increase of her juice, which we remained stable. Then I added in the extract, and there were things that were positive, absolutely. And that's why I say, hey, don't rule it out. But with the juice for her and that actual whole plant, the functional food aspect of it for her, really, it made a big difference. We actually started having some other issues because it wasn't giving her the overall benefits of it and that we were seeing more benefits as a whole plant, right?
And before I used to have day seizures and night seizures, but now I'm only sometimes having night seizures.
And
not all the time, but sometimes.
And now that we can control the hypoglycemic events, we're not seeing the night seizures. Like we're only seeing it if it's hormonal or something like that, right? Like it's not. Yeah, we will have her completely fine-tuned very soon, and she's still coming off drugs, which may also aid in the seizure control because we're getting rid of stuff that's just
And the only time when I do have lots of seizures is in catamedial time.
Yeah,
that's the only time.
And
but
it's not lots.
Every time. But if it's not catamedial time, then I'm having so much less here and there instead of all the time or every once.
Do you think that the hypoglycemia is also a trigger to seizures too? So if you keep
you can have seizures from low if you have a hypoglycemic event. There is, if you were to look it up, it will put seizures as a possible thing. And now that we got this, we can better track it. But she had hit, like, even while we're doing this. So an example would be, and we're talking over a 60% reduction, but when we're talking almost 100 episodes in a month, that still leaves a large amount that you still have to deal with. And for example, this thing caught in the middle of the night when I never would have had a clue because her blood was fine before bed, but it caught a 2.2 glucose.
Wow, that's low.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was able to quickly intercept and end it. And like, give it a few doses, got it remediated in one evening, like in one night,
right,
of adjusting it, we were able to fix it rather than days not knowing. And if it's dropping that low in the middle of the night, she has a seizure from it, and it doesn't react to the midazolam properly at all, because that's not what its problem is.
No,
right?
it's because of the low sugar. That's interesting. That's good. That's again, you taking the time to pay attention to what she needs.
Yeah.
And before I got this,
so I don't know how. I know she was having some from it. I know that before this, definitely
we didn't know. We wouldn't be able to tell if it was too low to stop it. So I don't have a seizure.
Yeah.
Instead, it would just keep on going and make until I go into a seizure.
Yeah.
Instead, now that I have this device, now
fixes it.
Right.
Now lets us know it's
right
instead.
That's so amazing. I'm sorry, folks, but we're gonna have to wrap this up because we ran.
No worries. Oh,
but you know what I'll always.
Thing I just wanted to say to you is that now that I'm better, I'm more ADL, like doing all different routines, like help around the house and doing more chores, like
her just mobility, even just like showering herself stuff.
More involved in the family. She's just like be able to do things,
practice skills, and just
yeah.
That must be amazing, and you should be so proud.
And I know.
You. And like I said, this is just, and you're a warrior, and you are an ambassador. And I think, like I said, Al has already mentioned that he'd like to have you guys on Pace. So we will, like I said, maybe even Wednesday night, maybe because nobody really watches me during the day, we might just bring you back on Wednesday night, and then we have 90 minutes where we can really talk.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and that'd be a Wednesday. So we start it would be 5:00 on your time. So I'll reach out to Al today and say that we are going to continue our conversation from my show today on Wednesday night on Pace Radio, our Pace Radio show, because we don't have probably a guest lined up for that either. Because like I said, because not a lot of people are doing anything, and if they are, they don't want to come on the show. Like even trying to find sponsorship, like anybody that's doing anything off, anything. So we are always more than happy to have you come on and talk to us about everything, the whatever you want.
It's a whole new thing, and it needs to be shared. And Haley's like, "Mom, can you get a hold of her so we can go and tell everybody?"
Yes, you bet. And like that's what I said. We will finish the conversation today. I'm going to type to Al when I get off of here, and we will, like I said, I'll send you a link. It'll be the same type of thing. It's just longer, and it's me now, so we'll have more time. Okay. So I'll see you again on Wednesday night then on paceradio.net.
Okay.
Okay. You know, thank my sponsor. So thank you guys for coming on and spending the hour with me. And I am just thank you. Thank you for showing us to keep hope and to never give up, Haley, because that's exactly it. Never give up, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So we'll see you Wednesday night. You guys can stay around after I run the commercial so we can say goodbye off the air. So just stick around, don't go anywhere, and I'll be back after we shut this shit show down. Thanks for joining us this week. We'll be back next week, and join me again live on Wednesday night on the Pace Radio Network. See you then.
Bye.
Okay, I gotta hit this button.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
I sit on the board for the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society here in Nova Scotia, obviously. And as you guys can see by my name here, I am an earth medicine facilitator, which is one of the reasons they asked me to sit on the board. We're doing some exciting stuff. We're having a speaker series here in Nova Scotia, in Halifax. Our first speaker series starts Thursday night. It's going to be at the Halifax Library. And we have an amazing human coming in from the Holos group of people, talking about the psychedelic renaissance. Yeah, so I invite you to come. It's free and open to the public. We will be streaming it, and I will be sharing the streaming information as we go along.
Good.
And what I find really exciting about this is we do have a series. We have four speakers set up, and I am your second speaker coming up on November 17th. And I will be speaking about the psychedelic medicines I use and I support and I serve, what they are good, what use they are for us as humans and what they can help combat, and integrity behind serving the medicine. But if you're not doing anything Thursday night, you live in Nova Scotia, come on down to the BMO room at the Halifax Library and catch our first speaker series here. And if you can't, we will be sharing the link, and I invite you to join in and watch.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
Hey, that's a new intro. Is that hot chocolate in that cup?
I was assuming.
Okay, all right.
Because I don't drink coffee.
Exactly. Same here.
That's
why I was asking.
You're looking a little disheveled this morning, Al.
Oh.
You having a rough morning?
The alarm in the house goes off early now. And
because
after 5.
Because the kids are leaving.
Well, no, the wife's getting up. Yeah, so the alarm clock goes off. You know how it is, and then you.
No, I don't know.
I don't get back. I don't get right back to sleep. So it's just, yeah.
And then I wake you up at 10.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We're both literally out of bed.
Yeah, actually, yeah, you sent me the message. You out of bed yet?
So
no, just got up.
I just got up as well. And my dog is a bit of a sketch bag this morning because it's raining. Like it's like not raining. We're under an alert.
Really? Like,
well, you know, it happens when you live beside a lake ocean.
Yeah, true. Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm beside a lake. No ocean, but I'm beside a lake.
But it's hotter than a witch down there, and it's not hot here. It's only 17 outside.
Oh yeah.
And
that's what it is down here in the basement.
It's sorry, it's 18.5 in the house, and I don't have the heat on, but I did last night. Oh God, it's
really
the middle of July, and I had to turn the freaking heat on last night.
Heat on. Ah.
It's dropping down to single digits at night, like 9, 10, 6.
Is it?
Yeah. I'm almost ready to put a heater out in the grow room.
I think I saw this morning when I got up, it was 15 outside, but it's supposed to get to 30. We're still under a heat warning.
I know, I heard.
Yeah.
You want an air conditioner? I could have brought you an air conditioner.
No, I'm good. Got one. Got a couple actually. We're good there. No problem. But yeah, that's just a scorcher up there. Everything around here is just drying right up, crisp.
Damn. So your
water levels are all
bring water out.
I've been fortunate enough that where I saved my rainwater for my
you got your tubs, right?
Yeah.
I should have given you mine, dude.
Yeah, I know. That's all right.
Well, you know what? It got me, Peter, for those 2 jugs.
Yeah.
1,000-liter jugs for water. For those 2, I gave him those, and he brought all my stuff down from the farm to my storage while I was waiting to find this place.
Right.
And he does the fire brigade stuff as well as the fireworks for Hastings. So
there you go.
He had a use for it, and I didn't want to pay for storage. I mean, that's a lot of room.
Yeah. I don't know. You both were able to, you got benefit out of it. You got your stuff moved, and you got stuff that he could use to help with controlling fires.
As you would say, correct.
Yes. Right.
So, just so you know, people, when we both look at our monitors beside us, it looks like we're looking at each other.
It does. I'm looking out of the corner of my eye, looking at you.
All right.
Okay. I'm
just loading up our stuff.
Okay.
Where it
Well,
has to go.
Then while you're doing that, I see we got a video list here of stuff. So we'll get started with the first one. Let's find out what we're smoking.
What are you smoking?
That's the same.
That was a new one, but it's not.
No, I don't have a new one for that yet. You see, what happened was while I was doing the intro and our news one, which you'll see a little bit later, I'm exploring the world of AI on Canva because I have Canva anyways.
Right.
And I ran out of minutes. So we've got 2 half-finished new videos.
until you can get some more minutes, say, so you can combine them.
August 1st.
Oh, yeah. Can you not edit them somewhere else? You could just send them to me if you want, and I can put them together.
No, because I'm using the AI, so it's actually generating a graphic for them. So
okay.
as you will see in the news thing, you'll see what I'm talking about, what I'm going for.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no, I just assumed that you already had the videos, but you just had to combine them together. That's all.
I've taken the suggestions that AI has given me and put them into Canva and manipulated them to where I want them to be.
Yeah.
So it's neat because it's everything's there.
So the question though that was before us is, what are you smoking?
I have a little bit of several things in my Shatterizer. I'll move over.
A variety pack. Oh, I see what you're doing.
I have, well,
Over there.
I put some 8-ball cushion here yesterday.
Did you?
And then I put some other shatter that I can't remember what it was called. And then I put some diamond. I think that's it.
Yeah. Nothing else. Just so you know, I'm just sharing the show. Just that's what I'm doing.
It's a salad.
Is it?
A salad, yeah.
Oh, we can only do so many. Okay.
And you know what? I thought that we could try an experiment now.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay. So I've got some what I call old biker oil.
Oh.
And you know, it's great for napping.
That.
It's great for napping.
Is it?
Okay. And I'm going to put some on a fork here. A nice sized glob. Because you hear, you know, everybody, oh, I'm going to get too stoned, man. So let's see. We're here for a couple hours.
More on that later. On getting too stoned.
What's that?
More on that later as far as getting too stoned.
Well, the main reason I'm doing this is because last week, this is what happened to me. I woke up and I was so sore because it was a day like today.
Yeah. So you are eating cannabis oil on a fork.
Yeah. Do you have a problem with my method?
I've just never seen it done this way. That's all.
Well, I have a fork. My little tool is in the other room.
Yeah.
So anyways, I tend to put it under my tongue.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Even though I've been told for best absorption, swallow it. What
swallow?
Do you think?
Why is that? I would think that take longer. Being that under your tongue is a quicker absorption than going through processing it through your liver.
Well, is it not? I guess if you don't have a liver issue, you wouldn't care if it went through your liver or not.
Well, I just look at it as it takes longer for your body to process it when it goes through your whole system versus being swallowed or being put under your tongue or shoved up your butt.
Sublingually is the fastest way of absorption. Is it not?
Yeah, yeah.
I can hear Marcel with a reason why it's not. I can hear him in the back of my head. You want to find out the answer? Tune in Fridays at 7.
Okay, so as far as I got a variety, right? When it comes to what I'm smoking today, and
I had your variety, but it's gone now.
Is it?
Oh God, yeah.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I've been just mixing my doobies. You know, it's the same idea. I think of fecal. You know, you get different strains in there. You get different terpenes, so on and so forth. So by doing the same thing with your doobies,
right? I do that when I get to about like when I usually order a quarter pound or so or a month, which is just I can eat my dog is driving me nuts today. Clicky, 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 clicky. Now I lost my train of thought.
Oh, I hate that when that happens.
Yeah.
It sucks. And then you'll remember in the middle of some other conversation. And then when you get a
Welcome to
chance,
my world, Al.
Well, I understand. I think there's a lot of us that go someplace, get there, and go, what did I go here for?
It takes me 15 minutes just to figure out what conversation I was having 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Sometimes. I don't remember what we were talking about.
Well,
if you're
we're
listening and you do.
We're talking about the
please let me know.
varieties. We're talking about different varieties and mixing
correct.
the doobies and stuff like that.
What I have found, I usually get at least four strains, at least 3 strains,
Okay.
and then maybe some hash or oil or something. And after smoking the same strains for a couple of weeks, I'll mix because I start not enjoying the buzz of the strains individually. And if I order something and I don't like the buzz, or it doesn't really help with anything, I combine it with something else and maybe it will.
Maybe, yeah.
There's no wasting.
Correct. Yeah, you're gonna consume it one way or the other in the end.
Well, it's all I got for the month, so
Well, there's that too. Excuse me.
How many strains do you grow?
4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 this year too. Same. They're not the same strains as last year, but I had 4 last year.
Yeah.
Enough sticky?
I'm also having some mandarins.
Oh, you got some citrus there. So if you haven't got citrusy flavored cannabis, you can have some citrus to eat.
Well, I find that to kind of balance me out, I should eat some fruit.
Yeah.
Although I know this is not the best fruit to be eating because of the syrup is pure sugar.
Pure sugar, yeah.
And also oranges as a whole should not be a go-to for somebody with diabetes.
Oh, the oranges themselves are got a lot of natural sugars in them.
Pure sugar. Yep. It's like having a Coke. That
I can understand. I can stand.
I watched a video about juices. And orange juice versus a Coke. The orange juice actually has more sugar in it
than a Coke.
Than Coke. It's
Really?
the acid in the Coke that's bad for you. Right?
We're actually talking about that. We've here at the house, we got some stuff that's sort of old, antiquish and stuff like that. And when we were tearing down our porch 15 years ago, I found an old metal iron. The one that you would have to heat up on the stove in order. Yeah, I found one of those buried in the ground around the foundation, and I still have it. So we're gonna throw it into some Coke and see if it cleans it up.
I hear that's pretty good. Add an egg to it.
Egg?
Yeah.
Oh, what's the egg?
No, I'm joking.
I was gonna say, what's an egg do to it? Thank you, Caroline, for the thumbs up. Appreciate it.
It'd be like, what happened?
Yeah. All right. So we've gone from got a message. Hi, Caroline. She says, hi, guys.
Hi. Who? Oh, hello.
You see your message? See your message on the screen.
Yeah, I forgot that we had that.
Yeah, I turned it on so that messages would be seen.
I leave that job to Marcel, and he doesn't do it. So I'm used to looking and thank you. I don't have to worry about it today.
All right. We've gone from the what are you smoking to finding out what's on the.
It's certainly high on the list.
You could have warned me, Al. I haven't even
It's the
loaded
next
that
thing
stuff.
on the list, man.
I have not even loaded that stuff.
Yeah, you don't need a warning for that. You should have had to edit that.
I can't even log on.
No, eh? Okay, well, why don't we do 5 things that else? The 5 high list could be 5 things that's frustrating you right now.
You. You. you, and the computer. There seems to be a conflict going on with Chrome, so I'm having to not use Chrome at the moment.
No, right? Yeah.
But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this because I can't share.
Oh, you're on it. Yeah, you're using a different browser. That's right.
Well, I can't log in. It's not letting me log into my I'll be right back.
All right. Okay. He'll be right back. Why don't we play a song while you're off doing your stuff?
Yes, do that, and maybe we can sneak another one. We can play RSO later.
Okay. Is it in there?
It's in the list. Yeah.
No,
you didn't load it here. I'll load it from YouTube. I'll be back.
Okay. All right. You'll be back. Shall I get started on another song?
Go ahead.
Okay. We're going to listen to some Rolling Papers, and I hope you enjoy the tunes. This is from Dr. High. You can find him at Dr. High Music on YouTube or Dr. High Anthem on Spotify. And this is Rolling Papers.
On the grinder, one hand on the pad. Breaking down the years, man, it's gone too fast. Sticky on my fingers, resin in my soul. Ain't in no hurry, let the good times roll. Tear the paper, fold it tight. Twist up the past, make the wrong things right. Match hit the tip, slow inhale. Took a deep pull, let the memories sail. Rolling pavement, red eyes, long nights, slow rise. Thinking about the things I can't rewind. Let the smoke curl, let the time fade. One more hit for the ones who stray. One more hit for the ones who stray. Rolling papers and red eyes, lost in the past. Every drag takes me back too fast. Moonlight, street lights fading away. Smoke in the air like ghosts once day. Don't doubt been here a time or two. Ain't nothing new about getting lost in the blue. 2 a.m. ain't got nowhere to be. Just me and the road, just me and this weed. Radio humming static in the night. Trying to find a song that's gonna set me right. Long drive, no destination. Smoking on wisdom, chasing revelation. They say don't look back, but I take one glance. Roll another one, leave it all to chance. Rolling pavement and red eyes, long nights, slow rise. Thinking about the things I can't rewind. Let the smoke curl, let the time fade. One more hit for the ones who stray. One more hit for the ones who stray. Rolling papers and red. In the past, every drag takes me back too fast. Moonlight, street lights fading away. Smoke in the air like ghosts once say. Dog cry, been here a time or two. Ain't nothing new about getting lost in the blue. Was a second chance. What if the past only lives in a glance? What if the road don't ever run straight? What if we just here learning to wait? blue.
All right, there you go. Rolling Papers by Dr.
That was a
Hyde.
good one. He's got some really good ones. Some, aren't my bag, but he's going for the full spectrum of music.
Correct. Exactly. Yep. DOKTOR. Doctor. With the K. That's for sure. Yeah. Just think of bands or artists. They have hits and things that don't hit so well. So. Alrighty. Okay, we're moving on from the list and all that stuff, and we're moving on to recipes. Did I hear a no?
Yes, I have a list.
Oh, right. Let's hear the list. Yeah, we played the music while you went and got the list. Okay, go ahead.
I made it.
Did you?
No.
Okay.
Open Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style. Op.
Hey, I just met you.
That girl is a real crowd, please. Small world, all her friends know of me. You used to call me on my cell phone.
Hello.
I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't. You didn't have to cut me off because I can never have them the way we were.
That song's about an egg.
Don't believe me, just watch.
I like this.
I'm in love with the shape of you. Open Gangnam Style.
I think that song should be on the top of the list, not number 20, because I think I might have recognized maybe one other song other than that.
Well, that was a list from 2010, the top 10.
Yeah.
So, I like those lists because then I go and I find the songs that I like from that list and I make my own list.
Have you ever watched any of those that say the top songs? Like that was said 2010, but that looked like it was more of a reel versus a video. I've watched some that actually play the whole song.
Yes, there is a channel that I've been following since before YouTube, if that makes sense. It was a radio channel on Shoutcast or something like that, way back when, that carried over onto YouTube and all the other platforms. And what he does is every New Year's Eve, he puts out a mix, and they're very well done. That's basically what I did back in the day. Oh, the dog's gonna start barking now.
I think I just heard him. Her, sorry.
Why do people call dogs hims and cats her?
I think it's the masculine feminine thing.
My cat is a hell of a lot more fucking masculine than my dog. You changed my name. You changed my name, Al. Oh no, it just said Al because I was not on Chrome.
Okay, yeah, you added the rap. I didn't add any of that.
That's everything's freaking me out, man. It's only 15 minutes on this.
I could change that. I could change it from here, though.
No, I know. No, yeah. So, I got other stuff from Facebook, but we can move on from the list now. I'm sorry, I didn't pull anything up.
Well, you did. You played the songs.
Well, no, you see what happened was, as we discussed at the beginning of the show, we both just woke up.
Yeah. Okay, so I've got the next stuff then. Here we go.
All right. I have
Bing.
stuff for ice cream and I have stuff for cookies this week.
Do you? Well,
Stuff.
well, I can tell you, sugar seems to be a big topic today, and just happens that today's recipe is how to make cannabis sugar. Can of sugar, right there. Yeah, and they say you take 6 grams of cannabis, and they talk about decarbing it. One cup of grain alcohol, 1 cup of sugar, roughly 200 grams, some cheesecloth, and a glass jar. And they say first take your 6 grams of ground decarboxed cannabis. So make sure you get it decarb first, and pour it into a jar. Cover the cannabis with the alcohol and close the jar. Let it sit for about 30 minutes, shaking every few minutes. And then next, strain the liquid through the cheesecloth into a bowl and discard the cannabis flower. Add the sugar and to the strained liquid. Stir well, and then pour it into a glass baking dish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I get it.
Yeah, bake the dish at 200 degrees Fahrenheit. And I think the first terpenes that start to boil off is like right around there. And they said stirring regularly until the alcohol is evaporated and removed from the oven. Alternatively, you can place the liquid mixture in a pie plate on the stove at low heat until the alcohol evaporates. But I'd be a little bit concerned about that, maybe some alcohol near the open flame, especially if you've got a propane stove. Now, after the sugar cools, break up the large pieces and place it in an airtight container. There you go. Sugar, cannabis sugar.
But sugar.
And then at that point, you can put it wherever you would normally use sugar. You know, Kool-Aid or on your Rice Krispies. No.
I can't do that.
You know, maybe you could have one way of extra infusing your Rice Krispies. So, all right. So that's the sugar end of things. I'm going to put
the sugar end of things is the fact that I'm diabetic.
Yeah.
Sugar end of things.
Okay, I got to put it in the chat.
We need a theme song for the Hi Guys. The topic is a guy with Crohn's and a guy with diabetes.
There you go. Let's see, it would be a pretty bland food recipe, wouldn't it?
I'm gonna put that into Chat GPT and see what comes out of that.
Yeah. Yeah, that recipe actually, it comes from a cannabis store which is located north of me.
Is that the one that you told me about?
I don't know if I told you about this.
Just
one or
saying
not.
yes, Al.
Sure. Okay, sounds
It's
good.
better
Yes.
for the show.
Okay. Yes, it's the one I told you about in great detail. Okay. Now, so we've had sugar. The next recipe.
Oh, I've had a lot of sugar. Thanks.
Yeah, you do. Okay, here we go. The next recipe that I've got here all lined up and ready to go.
Here we go.
Is infused vanilla ice cream.
Well, this is a good topic because I have the things I need to make ice cream.
Oh, there you go. And yet again, this is from that store. It's a little store in a little town of like, I don't know, there might be 1,000 people in the district up there. It's in Northbrook. And so there you go. Vanilla ice cream. They say that you need 2 cups of heavy cream, 1 cup of whole milk, 3/4 cup of granulated sugar or honey. Now, why don't you use your infused sugar for that? 1 teaspoon of pure vanilla extract, 1/4 cup of cocoa powder, if you want to make a chocolate ice cream, and 1/4 cup of can of butter or wheat cream for the perfect dose. Ooh, and they have a blog for that. And they say heat the heavy cream and whole milk in a medium-sized saucepan and stir occasionally. Whisk together the granulated sugar and vanilla extract in a separate mixing bowl. Gradually pour the sugar mixture into the saucepan with the heated cream and milk, stirring constantly until it dissolves completely. Reduce the heat to low and add the can of butter and stir until it melts and is fully incorporated. Remove this from the saucepan from the heat and let the mixture cool to room temperature and pour the mixture into the ice cream maker. You got one of those, Al?
I got an ice cream. I mention that?
Yeah. Okay. I thought you mentioned just had ice cream. I didn't know.
No, I have an ice cream maker. You mix up everything. I warm it all up, mix it, pour it in. So far, I made a creamsicle ice cream with orange crush and the sweetened condensed milk, and you let it run for however long it takes to and basically it just shaves every time it goes around. It shaves a little
bit each time.
It's more of an ice that turns into an ice cream.
Is it?
It's really yummy. It also makes great slushies. So yes, I do.
So there you go. Where's the ice cream? I gotta find where I was now. Okay, you turn it in according to the manufacturer instructions. If you don't have one, use one large and one medium-sized metal mixing bowl. Place ice in the large one. Add salt to the ice. Place the smaller one in the ice, then pour the mixture in and mix with a spoon or spatula.
It hardens. It freezes on the bottom, and you just keep stirring, which is the same principle as the ice cream maker I have.
Okay, yeah.
Right. But it takes a long time, but a chef would make it in a little bit, right?
Yeah. Now they say transfer the ice cream to the freezer, safe container, and freeze it for at least 2 hours or until it becomes firm. Now they have an option here, and they say buy store-bought ice cream, soften ice cream, and melt can of butter, and mix into ice cream, then refreeze.
Yes, I've done this as well.
Oh, okay. So you put your can of butter into your
kind of like
softened
going
ice
out
cream.
and buying a bunch of gummies and then spraying them with cannabis. Same thing.
Yeah, it sounds. Yeah, it's almost like getting butter. Melt down the butter and you put your cannabis in it. This sort of seems like the same.
And then
thing.
add it to the ice cream.
Yeah.
Or you could literally melt some ice cream, warm it up a little bit, and then refreeze it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Just for mixing purposes, right?
Yeah. All right, there you go. There's our recipes for today. Both of them are in the chat as far as link wise.
So I want to try something out.
Go ahead. Yeah, you look the same. Okay. All righty. So we've got the recipes. Any questions on the recipes before we move on to the next segment?
No peanut butter. Cheers.
All right. No peanut butter, right? There you go. Okay, we're moving on to. Have you got anything today?
No.
Oh.
Do
Well,
you?
I have got something today.
We really should talk before the show.
We didn't have time today.
I know, I'm kidding.
Okay. Somebody asked online about papers. What's your favorite papers? So I posted a picture of Gazette papers.
Yes.
So then Stevie Biggs saw that, and he says to me, he says, "Hey, I've got some of those. You want them?" I said, "Sure." So Steve had Source One Supply, sent me a pack of Gazette papers.
And I still have a few boxes.
Do you? Yes, so do I. I'll put this in with my other ones.
Yeah, there you
And
go.
I have some that are in a bin somewhere place.
I have a drawer full as well. I'm down to, I've got one half a box of reds left and some blue.
Yeah.
And then I'm sure there's maybe one or two here and there around that in boxes as
Right.
well. Yeah. Lots of trays as well.
What's that?
I have lots of trays as well.
Oh yes. Yeah. So I'm just looking at some. The so what's in the package of papers?
Yes.
Was some dabs.
Ooh. I could do some dabs, I guess.
I went, oh, what's this? So I wrote them back. I said, what are these? He says, oh, they're gifts. He says, the stuff that he had around.
Awesome.
This is some product that he doesn't have anymore. But he sent it along to me and told me that, where's my message?
Enjoy.
He says this brand is called Crafted. He says this brand is no longer. He says just old stock. He says he's with honey badger extracts now.
Oh, I like honey badger. Yes.
Yeah. And he says when he gets a sample box in, he's going to forward them on to me, a sample on to me, and I'll do a review like I'm going to do here.
There you go.
You know what?
If you can open it.
Correct. There's no pre-ripped little spot on this. Oh,
I use my thumbnail.
Really?
Just stick it in. Yep.
I'm gonna use my dab tool. There you go. I got it now. So yeah, and I got
I've been enjoying my Shatterizer again because for about a year I didn't have one because I killed so many.
Right. So
that was my first stop when I went down south was to Matt and Val's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on here.
You know
Unfolding.
that. You were my last
Unfolding. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's nice and golden looking. It's all in little pieces. I don't know if you can.
I wouldn't. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Nice.
It all broke up, but it's all you can see the color of it, eh? Oops. Yeah.
He's always made good products.
So yeah, this he said this one's not available anymore.
You know what? You know who I miss is Thompson Caribou.
Oh yeah. Well, they went into the legal market, didn't they?
I guess. I mean, Dave's still around, but
Yeah.
I guess that's what happened. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed their products. Yeah, I mean they are around. I don't know what they're called anymore, but I enjoyed those products. Yeah.
So this is blueberry Kush,
Ooh.
and it tastes fruity and earthy. It came from a bud, and it's a shatter. It was done with butane to be made. And it was purged for 96 plus hours to make sure that it's as clean as possible as far as residue end of things.
Residue.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
While you're doing that, I'm just going to bring up a post here from the International High Life.
Okay.
A new study suggests terpenes and CBD help block COVID-19 and flu viruses. No shit.
I don't know. Maybe that's why I don't get sick very often. Okay. Got my Shatterizer heating up.
Making a shatter face. God, I'm starting to look like Santa again.
Oh yeah. Tastes good. Looks good. Tastes good.
Does it taste like blueberry?
Tastes fruity. Not heavy fruity, but fruity. Yeah. Thanks, Steve. That's a good toke. Okay. There we go. Yeah, they're not around anymore. So yeah.
You know, there's a lot of. I mean, there's a lot of products that have been around and left, mostly because of the legalization in Canada.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, a lot of really good products and good people are no longer around. They've been absorbed, so to speak.
Yeah, there's some that are like that for sure. Yeah.
We had 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, I think 22 vendors every Tuesday night at the lounge in Hamilton. We would see 250, 300 people a week walk through these vendors, and you know, you hear now the indigenous market. People are worried that the processes that they're using aren't up to code.
Thanks, George. Thanks for the thumbs up.
But I tell you, some of those products from before legalization, from the legacy market, are made better than some of the legal stuff that's out there. So
yeah,
you know, they're just not monitored.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
There's no taxes coming off of it. That's what the real problem is.
Yeah, that's what the government is concerned is.
That's the real problem. It's the money. The money thing. Okay. I am. Okay. From there, as far as product review, yeah, too bad it's not around. But Honey Badger products, check them out, and check out Stevie Biggs at Source One Supply and see what he's got. All righty. Other than that, anything else on the product reviews? No. I hope to have something to review in another 6 to 8 weeks.
You get your plants in bloom already?
No, but I was in there yesterday and they're starting to stink.
Oh, really? Are you looking to see any hairs on them?
Oh, yeah, there's hairs.
Yeah. So you're out. Like not here. I can tell you that.
Well, I mean, there's hairs. There's things are where they're supposed to be. They're all closed, so you know.
Well, with that said, a friend of mine, they wrote me and said that some of the seeds that they grew, random seeds, have already produced signs. She pulled them out of the ground. They were male. The balls already showed, so she pulled them.
These are about 2 feet now.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm only 2 weeks behind you. 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Right?
Yeah, I've got probably stomach to head high right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll get there. But anyways, I was in there yesterday, and it's nice and humid and all that. But you know, it's dipping down really low at night. So I might put a heater in there.
A little chilly for them, is it?
I think that it might stunt them a bit. Yeah.
All right. Moving from product review on to the next segment, which is...
So, I was reading this article this morning, and you won't believe what happened.
Tell me.
There we go.
Right. You pushed it, and then you went, oh, shit.
Correct. Ah, shit. I obviously use this one instead. But it played, right? And here we'll play it again. This is the new intro for the new segment that you created with your program.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. We'll do it again.
So, I was reading this article this morning, and you won't believe what happened.
Tell me. Tell me.
That was my first attempt at playing with AI. Yeah.
What is it?
Yeah.
With the chipmunks. All right.
You know,
so-
it's really interesting what it does. But anyway, you go ahead.
Yeah. As far as news, we have got a few stories. What?
Well, I had some stuff here for news.
Oh, okay. All right. So one thing I'm going to bring up here is I got two stories. Just two stories today. Wrong button now. Wrong button. Did you know that Canada has now more than $1 billion in medical cannabis has been paid out to Veteran Affairs for cannabis for veterans?
I knew this. I posted. Did you?
And that's a lot of money. And just think, and that's how much people look at that as wow, holy fuck, $1 billion. But how much money was saved because those veterans didn't have to use some type of pharmaceutical drug?
And how many people is this? Is what I want to know.
Well, how many people? Oh, the numbers are here. Just let me get to that. There we go. They say that they start
112.
There's 112 at one time, and then it grew to 1,700. Then it went to 4,400, and now where's that number? Oh, I believe it's 27,000. Is where it's at now. I could be wrong. Where are we?
Now 27,000 versus how many?
There we go. 27,000. The number of veterans covered on the program has continued to increase annually from 37 in 2011 to 27,000 in 24-25.
Wow.
That's how many veterans are on. And just there was at one time, they also, like right now, they're only allowed 3 grams unless they apply and request more, and they may get up to 10 grams. Yeah. And there was that when they lowered that to the 3 grams, that was the only year they saw a dip in the money that went out. So
I remember when they were starting all this stuff for veterans, people like Fabian were around, Fabian Henry, and there were a few other people.
Marijuana for Trauma. I used to go down to their what do you want to call it? Their location in Trenton, because the Trenton Air Force Base is right there.
And that building was where we were going to
correct. Yes.
Ross and I were going to put a store there, but
and Marijuana for Trauma ended up being sold and bought by Columbia House. I don't even know if they're still around.
Columbia House Records.
No, it wasn't the record company, but that was the name of the company. I thought the same thing when I first saw it. What records? What's this?
I recently saw a post from Fabian actually on Facebook, but he has disappeared.
Yeah. Okay, so
I won't say what I want to say.
Yeah. Anything else on the veteran end of things?
No, I think move on.
$1 billion since it was introduced, and like I said, just my bracelet got caught on my seat, and I can't raise my other arm.
Are you serious?
I'm serious, man. It's just, God, there it is again. Yeah, I got my medical alert bracelet.
I need to get one of those.
And it's sort of caught.
Do you have an "I've fallen and can't get up" button?
No, I don't.
I need to get one of those.
Yeah. So believe me, I talk with U.S. veterans, and they just think this is fantastic that our government pays for their cannabis, whereas they don't get that treatment down in the U.S. Right? So
does what's his name there? The guy that gets the can of doobies every month.
Yeah.
In the States. Huh?
Irv?
Is that Irv?
I'm trying not to mix up his name with
Rosenstein.
Yeah.
No.
There's Rose.
Rosenblatt. Rosenthal. I don't. That's what I was trying. I can't remember.
I know their names are similar, right?
There's still one individual that gets a can.
Oh, I would say yeah. Yeah.
I'm sure there's more, but
I think there is. There's like
that they used to ship out.
Mm-hmm. Did you?
Okay. Health Canada would send it out to you.
Oh, that was stuff that came in the gold envelopes.
That was like Section 56 time. Really,
it was Prairie Plant Systems.
Prairie Plant Systems.
They're the only grower for the program,
and it was ground up when you got
Correct.
it, with sometimes with a lot of seed, from what I understand. But I tried that.
Yeah, I only had the one package.
I think we tried it.
Yeah, when I got it, I thought, "What the fuck is this? There's no buds in this." So,
that was my reaction as well. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Now, as far as news-wise, I got one more story here, and this has been a bit of a hot topic lately in the news. And this is on this one here. Where did it go? I want to get the headline in the right spot so it can be seen. And there we go. Greening out. Experts call for THC limits in cannabis products. What do you think? Should we limit our tea?
You know, from somebody that has greened himself out,
Yeah.
it's not that hard to do. And if you don't know what you're getting into, it might scare you enough to put you in the hospital. Been there, done that.
They say that over the last 8 years, the number of people who've gone to the emergency hospital has increased 13-fold.
Correct. Hyperemesis. Hyperemesis
syndrome. Yeah.
Syndrome.
Let's see. Yeah. They like the model that goes on in Quebec because Quebec has got a limit there on theirs. So, but yeah, a lot of people are going. They say a lot of people are going to the hospital.
You have two choices. You can go to the hospital, eat something, and have a nap.
Yeah. They say today's THC levels average about 25%, which is up from about 4% in the 1960s. But some of the product goes as high as 80 or 90%. Yeah, and the consumer says that's the good stuff.
But that's the thing that with the rec market, they want to get stoned. That's what they want. It's like people like to get all psychedelic and stuff like that when they do mushrooms, where I do not.
Yeah. So there you go. I know there's other stories on this.
Yes, there's been a lot lately.
Been a lot of them.
Again, every 2 or 3 years it pops up again.
Yeah. So they say because it's stronger now, and the numbers went up once legalization came in. Well, more people are consuming it and greening out. I look at greening out
before legalization.
Yeah. Over the years I've greened out, but I look at it as, if you're people, they don't call that.
Yes, exactly. I thought I
Come,
thought
they don't say overdosed on alcohol.
I thought I was
And-
having a heart attack, Al.
Yeah.
You've heard me
Go
tell
on.
this story. I thought I was having a heart attack. I called 911, and the first thing out of their mouth when I got to the hospital was, "It's hyperemesis syndrome. You've been smoking too much weed." I was like, "No, not. You know what?" I said, "I've been a cannabis educator for almost 20 years. It ain't happening. Sorry. Don't even start." And she just clammed right up. But every like I said, every few years there are stories that pop up, and they're more fearmonger stories than anything.
Mhm.
Because like drinking, you drink too much, you're going to have a hangover. You smoke too much, you're going to wake up with a dry mouth, pasty face, maybe a little bit too tired, and thank God for the what do you call it effect?
Yeah.
What do you call it?
Um,
Al, we're having issues today.
We're having issues today.
With
I know.
memory.
It's because I was looking into something here. So you're gonna have to repeat yourself so I can give you an answer.
I can't even remember what I was saying. Shall we let's rewind the tape.
Let's rewind the tape, right? And see what it says.
Stay tuned
Hey,
next
thanks,
week.
Scott, for the thumbs up, buddy. Yeah, no, I was just looking at this greening out article a little bit more, and they say high THC can worsen anxiety, disrupt sleep, affect mood, and triggers psychosis.
Well, they know that like if you are bipolar, schizophrenic, or
Yeah.
something like that,
Yeah.
the wrong strain can trigger anxiety or an event or whatever.
Yeah.
I've had strains that got me thinking so much, I wigged out.
It says here that other experts say that risks include cannabis use disorder, mental health issues, and dizziness or nausea, sometimes referred to as greening out.
That's what I feel when I don't have weed.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, things are all over the map. So it'll be interesting. As some people have pointed out, they're looking at it more along the line of pest control, pesticides and stuff that are being used, and they get consumed.
Well, this is
when people weren't using pesticides. I don't use pesticides.
This has been an issue with the legal versus illegal market, because there's no control there. But then you get some slippery motherfuckers that try and hide things in their ceilings and stuff.
Yes. Well, they have over, last I saw, there was over 100 pesticides that was approved by Health Canada to use on plants.
And yet there's that one pesticide that everybody wants to be able to use, but aren't allowed to.
Yeah.
What's that called? I can't remember what it's called. It's very
neem oil.
What?
You're not talking about neem oil?
Neem oil, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They're not allowed to use it.
No, they're not.
But it's supposed to work the best.
Well, yeah. I don't know. I stay away from them as much as I can.
Well, you're not allowed to use it.
Yeah. Well, they have a list. I got stuff right here in front of me. Let's see. Are they both the same? Let's find out. Oh yeah. Okay, they are. One's English, one's French.
So put the French one up, and we'll talk about the English.
Yeah.
We are a bilingual company.
I'm looking at this here. But it's not. This is. Where is it?
I don't know, man.
I know. No, I'm looking at this. It just says pest control products for use on cannabis, and then it just has additional information. It has a date on it.
Clickbait.
Well, it is the Government of Canada website.
It's clickbait.
Okay, let me see.
I got a thing here.
Oh, there's another page. Yeah, keep going.
I got a thing here we should mention as well when,
Yeah.
when you're done playing with your computer.
Okay, keep going. I'm looking for the list. There's an actual list.
I think I may have had a little too much oil. Al.
You think so? Well, you said you were going to experiment with that.
We are experimenting. We're an hour in.
Yeah.
And I'm as high as fuck.
Uh-oh. Okay. So yeah, the greenhouse that some people directed to is more towards the pesticide end of things versus the cannabis itself.
Yeah.
And the thing you don't see, they always is it easier for them just to point the THC versus some other reason behind it?
I don't know. I don't know enough.
Yeah.
It's dangerous to use, then it shouldn't be used.
No, exactly.
Right.
Yeah. And I knew a fella years ago who would throw up and he would go in the shower, hot shower, all that stuff. But I also know that they use pesticides.
I've smoked stuff that made me sick almost instantly. I've had stuff that's given me a headache.
Yeah.
Yep.
Huh?
Mama Hawk wouldn't smoke anything but hers because anything else gave her a headache.
Oh, really? Is that and she knew what she was doing, but she was,
just a little.
yeah, exactly.
Mama Hawk was one of the first batch of people that were allowed to grow for themselves back in, I guess it would have been
2001. I think it was the first 6.
And she was one of them, I believe. Was she not?
I don't know if she was one of the very first ones, but one of the early ones for sure.
Yeah.
Like I got mine in 2006.
I went out my first one. I went out to see Rob.
Okay, here we go. Big Terp. Big Terp says there's a pesticide that they use on grape fields that is known to give out cancer in high doses. Do you know what it's called, Big Terp?
I'm sure there's several.
Yeah, do you see how big that writing is? That's a much bigger thing these days.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, they must have changed that too. So, all right. Let's go from news. We're gonna move on to the next segment. That happens to be
I'm gonna do one for tech stuff too, I think.
Oh yeah?
I think so.
Yeah, you're a techie.
I like gadgets.
Your gadgets. Go gadgets.
Yeah, we might get in trouble for something like that.
Yeah, I would think so. All right. So for sports, I've got one story and some short little sports.
Before you go to sports, I wanted to bring up the fact that oh God, so worse.
He says, "No, I don't. I'm sorry. You have to do your homework." I always believe if you're going to say something like that, it's always nice to point people to the directions of the information.
I wanted to just point out that there's a new editor-in-chief now of High Times.
Oh, yes. Well, the High Times got bought, right?
Correct. Yes. But by Javier.
The guy who owns Raw Papers.
Yes. Thank you. But he's made it very clear that Jesus, that was bad timing. Oh, made it very clear that this is his purchase. Rod does not own them.
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Rod,
I got
Rod
that
does
first
not
article
buy.
I read.
Yeah.
But some people will just go right on past that and just I can see people assuming it's Raw that owns them for sure.
Yeah, if you want to read more, pop over to Celeb Stoner or join their Patreon and get their newsletter.
Good stuff. All right.
Poof.
Okay.
Next.
In news-wise, sports news, we have 5 contenders for the most outstanding Canadian award in the CFL. I haven't talked about CFL the whole time we've been doing these broadcasts, so the first. Nathan Rourke, he's at the B Lions. He's the only player to have won the award previously on this list, and he's trying to capture the award that he claimed in 2022. Trey Ford, he's with the Edmonton Elks. He says, well, only 3 different quarterbacks have brought home the award. Ford is looking to become the 4th. He's also 27 years old. Cam Judge, he's with the Toronto Argonauts. And his first year back with the Argos, Judge had
Argos.
Yeah, he's 30 years of age. Justin McInnes, he's with the BC Lions. He's the second line to appear on the list. McInnes has been the most complete Canadian receiver, edging out Toronto Argonauts wide receiver Kevin Mattel and both of Jaylene and Tyson Philpott. He's 28. Matthew Betts, he's BC Lions. He's rounding out the trio of Lions is Betts, who has been wrecking havoc off the edge on the West Coast all year. And you got honorable mentions: Kevin Mattel of the Argos, Steve Thomas Burlington of the Alouettes, and Stavros Katsastonis of the Ticats, and Jaylene Philpott of the Stampeders. So there you go. Some sports stuff from the CFL. And as far as score-wise, not much in the way of sports last night from what I've seen, but I don't need to share that. I can just let you know that in the WNBA, the Lynx over the Sky 91-78, and the Mercury beat Volkyrus. That's 78-77. That's a close game. So there you go. Some scores. There was nothing in any other sport that I saw. Everybody said nothing last night or wasn't playing or whatever. So, all right. Anything else on sports?
I've been watching Wrexham.
Wrexham?
Yeah. Welcome to Wrexham. And it's about the soccer team in England that Rob Mahey, or whatever his last name is there, and the other one there, the Canadian dude. What's his name? Deadpool.
Sorry, I didn't.
Anyways,
I might have watched one Deadpool.
I know about. It's the only sports. It's turned into a really good and interesting show.
Yeah.
But anyways.
And do we want a song? No?
Yes, please.
You want a song? Okay.
Yes, please.
Let's find a song to play.
You want me to put? How about I put on some RSO?
Yeah, if you've got it there.
I don't have it here, but I'll get it.
Oh, you're gonna go into YouTube and get it because I see it's not listed here.
Correct. I am Al. Uh-oh. No, I didn't want to play that. Sorry.
No.
No, that was incorrect.
Wrong button. I know about that. Oh, I got a phone call coming in, and the thing is that he knows that I'm live on the
Oh,
air.
I hate that.
I'm gonna answer it. I'm gonna answer
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Hey, Scott, how you doing?
Oh, great.
Yeah, like you know, I'm live on the air right now, eh?
Oh, do you know that you're talking to the California King of Canada?
How are you?
I'm very well. I have, if you're interested here, I have a box carbon filter that you're more than welcome to.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll give you a shout when I'm done with the show, but I'll get all the details on them then.
Well, maybe if some of your reviewers right now can tell me how many points is on Dr. Box plate, we'll send them like a 6-pack or something right to the door.
All right. Did you hear that, Al?
No. What was it?
Okay. Okay, hang on here. We're gonna get them to repeat it, okay?
Sure.
All right, repeat it so they can hear you.
All right, California King of Canada live. So if anybody can go on my website, Dr. Buck's Sweet Treat, pop up with the Dr. California King of Canada. How many points does Dr. Buck have on his antlers? We'll send you like a 6-pack of all free shit right to your door.
There you go. Oh, I can tell you, my wife, Gail, and the grandkids love Dr. Buck's kettle corn.
I've even had Dr. Buck's kettle corn.
Even Al's had it, he says.
All right, yeah, we just released our new creamsicle.
Creamsicle?
Oh, dude, send me some.
I said to her, like, we got a big one called creamsicle. She goes, where the hell do you come up with this stuff? I said, I don't know, maybe it's the weed, but don't say that to anybody. Yes. I come up with all these crazy ideas, so we released our new creamsicle.
Yeah.
Then we have our murmur mix. I'm not sure if your lovely wife has tried it.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did. She loved it.
Yeah, so that's creamy caramel, orange cheddar, and real maple sugar that I get in Springbrook. You actually go on TikTok, you'll see me infuse the maple sugar into the kettle corn.
Yeah, well, the day that I was there, well, you infused the caramel corn. I'm thinking if you did the maple syrup or not.
Yeah, the caramel.
Yeah. Now I can't eat popcorn, kettle
can.
corn, because of the hard bits that could end up in the corn. Afterwards, but I break off little pieces, make sure it's clear, there's nothing there, right, and safe for me, and I've got to taste test stuff that way, and
awesome.
It's good. Like he used real caramel. He melted the caramel down in the, I don't know what you call it, the machine there, and caramelizer. There you go, and then he threw the kettle corn in there, and it's real caramel. It's not just some powder mix that's there.
Everybody,
yeah,
right? And
yeah,
with my channel, when we started this, I wanted to go old school like when we were a kid.
right.
Like when you taste my pizza kettle corn, it's like when we were kids, we go in and get a pop and a slice of pizza for $4.
Al doesn't know about. I think Al wants you to send some pizza popcorn.
No, the creamsicle.
He says, no, I want the creamsicle stuff.
We just released that. And we did. Have you tried? I don't know if your wife tried the birthday cake.
I don't know whether she did or not. But while I got you on the phone, just give I'm gonna, and we're live here. Go ahead and promote the fun fair, and then we'll get moving on here.
Oh, Dr. Buck's Fun Festival, August 23rd, August 24th. You come out to the farm. We're gonna have vendors. It's all free. If you want to bring a donation for the food bank, that's great. We just planted 40,000 sunflowers. We go on Fun Farm with the dog to see me. We planted 450 lavender plants, so you'll be able to walk all through that, take pictures for free.
There you go. And you got vendors there as well.
Yeah, we have 15 vendors. So if maybe you're interested in being a vendor, it's $40 for the weekend. That's Saturday, Sunday. Maybe you can only come one day. Then we're going to give you $10 in Doc Bucks, which you can buy pretzels, kettle corn, Dr. Buck's Tippity lemonade that I invented. So yeah, we'll have a food truck here.
Stop! You're making me hungry.
$15 a day event.
Al says, "Stop it! You're making me hungry."
Yes, our extra large soft pretzels.
Yeah. What's that? Yeah.
You send me some pretzels too.
He says, "Send me some pretzels too."
Oh yeah.
I'll have to stop over.
Yeah, then our lemonades. You'll see me there. I just invented. We just did.
Ooh, lemonade too.
Tiger's blood.
Does it come
Tiger.
with vodka?
Yeah. Now, just so you know, Dr. Buck has invited us to be a vendor at his event, but unfortunately, I'm not available that weekend.
Oh,
yes.
No.
Yeah.
If there's any other nonprofit organizations that are interested in the area, they can come here and vent for free.
There you go.
So if it was Lions Club, is something, maybe it's a thrift store, maybe either a farm supply, whatever local. So I've always been a person that tries to support local, right? So now, I read all my printing, all my stuff. Now we're in locals. I deal with the gentleman in Marma, their exposure.
Yeah.
Right? So you see all my labels, my business cards, and everything takes to him. Like we're going to put up signs today. He printed all my signs.
Good.
Right.
Good. Yep.
So shop local.
Shop local and shop
local people.
And shop at Dr. Buck's Kettle Corn. Shout out your website one more time.
Go on drbucksweettreats.ca. If you go on TikTok, pop up with the doc, the Kettle Corn Canada, Fun Farm with the doc. Like I'm like Clark Kent. I got more than one identity.
He's right. He does.
That's already happened.
All right. Okay, we'll let you go, and I'll be in touch.
All right, thanks. Take care.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. Yeah, bye. There you go. So kettle corn. Yeah, he's won awards for his kettle corn. He's posted the awards and stuff like that. So, we were going to go to a song. Do you still want to go? You got a song ready?
Yep.
Okay.
I does.
All right. Fire it up.
Doctor said the road was dark and long. Treatments came, but nothing felt strong. In the quiet, I searched for a sign. Found a name that lit up my mind. Rick Simpson's tale of healing and fight. A humble man bringing shadows to light. From the earth, an oil so pure. Whispers of a natural cure. RSO saved me, lifted me high, brought back the stars to my weary sky. From the depths I rose anew, grateful for the gift of this healing dew. Each drop a promise, each day a song. Felt my body growing strong. Nausea faded, appetite returned. In the gentle glow, my spirit burned. Skeptics question, but I believe in nature's arms. I was relieved. Rick's own journey paved the way for souls like mine to find our day. RSO saved me, lifted me high, brought back the stars to my weary skies. From the depths I rose anew, grateful for the gift of this healing dew. others see the sign in the leaves. A chance maybe harmony. RSO saved me, lifted me high, brought back the stars to my weary sky.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
There you go.
I like that song.
Yes, I do too.
I
agree.
It's got great meaning to a lot of people. Like, seriously,
It does.
you know.
Yeah. Okay, we are going from a tune to where is it? Oh, gotta find everything in this new list here. Here we go.
I think it would be nice if we had a choice of views. I like the old view.
Yeah. Same
And,
here.
or allow us to move things around again.
Yeah, because we can't move things, put them in order like we could with the other way.
Don't like it. That's my review on StreamYard for the week.
Yeah, and I know during the Pace Radio show last week, I went to do that. I went to go move stuff during a commercial, and all of a sudden, it started to play. I said, "What the fuck?"
During the show.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Events and entertainment. Let's see. Oh, I know what I've got. We'll go with the events first. And this is from the cannabismarketplace.com. It says CannaCon, which is going on in Michigan. That's on the 18th. The 25th has got Ham Can Expo and Festival. I don't know what that's about. Oh, it's in Hamburg. Okay. Not ham as in Hamilton. And on the 28th is Growing Relationships in the Summer Fair. And that's in, where is that? Let's see. This is in the Fraser River in Mission, BC. I haven't got any events in Toronto. You know of any events in Toronto?
No, it's been a very quiet Ontario event time of year.
Yeah. Well,
there is one event going on soon, but I can't remember what it's called, so we won't talk about it.
Okay. Well, I've got a couple events that aren't happening tomorrow. Okay. And one of them is the Indigenous Cup.
In August, I believe.
It is happening in August, correct?
I just said that. Yeah, I hear an echo.
No, I know I was agreeing with you. And it is on August the 15th to the 16th.
Yes.
Is when that's happening.
We'll have to decide if we're going to go.
The other one is the Karma Cup, which is one where you have to sign up for. There's no kits available for anybody or anything like that. It's a one-day event.
I believe all the judging goes on at the event itself.
Yeah,
which it leads me to believe that it is not a legal event this year.
Yeah, because in the promo it said if you got anything to enter to get a hold of them.
Yes, which is nice because as anyone who knows me knows that the Karma Cup is my favorite out of all the events. And I'll have to put a bug in Sarah's ear and see what she says.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. I'm tickled pink if that's the case.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. I was trying to pull up their website, but I know that the website is.
Well, I don't know if the last few years, which we've been a part of, luckily, has any effect on whether or not that part of thing continues or not. So we'll find out.
Yeah.
More to come. It's not until when is it? September?
I was thinking it was. That's what I'm searching for right now. But I was thinking it was.
Maybe it's October.
I was thinking it was early November.
And then when is the event that we're doing?
That's in October.
That's in October.
At the end of October, the 28th.
That's not too far away.
No.
And what's that called again?
The Can Expo.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to see here. Yeah, the website. Last I saw, the website was outdated. Seemed to be outdated.
Yes.
Yeah, because they're talking about different stuff there. 2023, and that. So I'm just. Oh, maybe it's right here. No, because didn't they have the Facebook page removed as well?
Who?
There we go. There we go. November the 5th and 6th, Sesh and Awards Gala.
Oh, Karma Cup.
Correct. Day one is the judging sesh, and day 2 is the awards. There will be no individual judging kits. All judging will be done on site. Judging positions will be filled by application.
Wow, we're going old school.
Yeah.
Good for you,
Yeah.
Sarah.
Just trying to see if there's anything else on here. No. I know I saw another post, and it had descriptions, and it looked like they were inviting people to.
As we get closer, we'll find out more and more and more. And
well, see, November it works out good because of the fact that people's harvests, right, would be ready for them to judge if they're growing outdoors. So,
maybe December.
Yeah. All right. I think other than that, I think that's event-wise is what I've got. I can tell you in the entertainment of the TV land, we are done Lost. Officially have.
I was going to ask you
every episode.
And okay, let me ask you a question. Are you okay with the way they ended it, or are you disappointed?
I don't know how I felt when it ended.
While you're thinking, the reason I'm asking that is because every big show that I've watched, SOA, Sons of Anarchy, and then the spin-off from that was I can't remember, but I didn't like the way that Sons ended. I didn't like the way that Breaking Bad ended. Even though with Breaking Bad, you kind of knew the way it ended because that's how it started. Right?
Right.
Like the first episode starts at the end. Okay.
Oh.
So,
yeah.
What are you thinking now that you've had a minute to think about it?
I don't know.
Were you satisfied?
I can't remember.
I've watched 3 different shows since we did a show last.
Yeah.
And I can't to talk about it with you, and I can't remember one of them. So I'm on the same page as you today.
Okay. Now, also in entertainment is Gail and I. We got invited.
You're getting married.
Friends of ours invited us to go out with them because they had some extra tickets. Other people canceled, and we were offered these tickets, so we went to see Ron James in Campbellford.
Oh wow!
He was at the it's called West Bend. It's a well-known place that has a lot of, I'm gonna say, theatrical stuff. They have theaters. They have.
Okay, I get you.
And like, it's a barn. It's an actual barn. It's been all cleaned up, and the doors open on the sides, and
I have a Ron James story, so you can.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I did take some recordings. So I've got one with me. I got one right now. I got loaded up.
Oh, awesome.
And let me see if I can find it here so I can get it started. Okay. Where's the go button?
In the center, Al. At the bottom, in the center.
It's not.
Down.
It's behind the share screen.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hang on. There it is. Is that it?
No.
No. Oh, there it is. Okay. Now, how does it look on the?
It looks fine. Just press.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. He had lots of good jokes. We laughed. I haven't laughed that much in a long time. Every subject you could think of. As he said, there we went at nursing homes. There was Trump jokes. There was Canadian government jokes. And of course, when you go to a comedian thing I've only been to a couple times, but you always hear about the people in the front row. If you don't react in the front row, you get picked on. And he went at some people in the front row. He was talking Canadian politics, and Pierre Poilievre jokes at him. And that riding, Northumberland County, is a conservative riding, so he expected some type of reaction from the people, and he went at them because they didn't laugh at his jokes about Pierre Poilievre, and he said, "What's with you guys down here on the front row?" So it was good. We had a good time. We went straight hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes, no breaks. We had 2 glasses of water on a stool there that he never sat on, and he said it was the hottest show he ever did, and he was talking about temperature. I know it was like 32 degrees outside at that time, and we're inside with a packed house. Place was full.
And he's very good at I can't remember the name. I used to see him at the old firehouse, the Second City Firehouse in Toronto.
Oh, yeah.
At their dinner theater. We would go for my birthday to the show and then have dinner, or have dinner and then go to the show. And he was part of the troupe back then.
Okay.
With Colin Mockery and a few other people that have gone on to stardom.
Right.
Very, very funny and instant. He's very quick.
Yeah, very quick. Very quick. Some guy hollered out from the crowd something at him. And so he responded to the guy, and then he says, "Oh, thanks for breaking up my set."
You know, I was sitting in the car on Bayview, waiting for my mom, and she was in one of the stores, and I'm chatting with Kelly, and all of a sudden I see Colin Mockery walking down the street, and I went, "Oh shit, Kel, that's Colin Mockery!" And as he was walking by the car, he leaned over and he went. And he kept, but he was still walking.
Right.
That's a group. My point is, that's a group of people that was the next generation of Second City. I mean, we had Dan Aykroyd and Gilda Radner and all of them at Second City, and even John Belushi, I think, was up in Toronto from Chicago. For a little while, but that's where they did the show. The Second City show was in Toronto. We used to go for birthday dinners at the firehouse back when it was the restaurant and theater. Now it's Gilda's house now, I believe.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah.
Isn't that
it was named Gilda Radner's Gilda's House is a home for women to get help and escape situations and things like that, right? Not escape situations.
Well, yeah, I know you're getting that, and that's what I've heard about the place as well.
Yeah, Gilda Radner was married to Gene Wilder, right? Yeah. For a long time.
Yeah. Let's see. Anything else? We're out of segments. We've covered everything today.
I think it's time to go and make ice cream.
Time to go make ice cream. All right. Sounds good. Did you? I put the recipe in the chat for anybody who wants to make ice cream with Al as well. So. All right, that's it. We can say goodbye.
Goodbye,
everybody. We'll see you all next week. Ciao for now, as they say. Tulu, all those words. TTYL.
Shut up and push the button now.
All right, here we go. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Cannabis whispers sway to the breeze, under the sun where the heart finds ease, rustling leaves in a vibrant scene, nature's embrace and let it breathe. Let the good time to know that you are mine. Waves of green under the endless sky, roots run deep as the days drift by. We'll sing along with the birds' sweet song in this magic space. We know we belong. Oh, let the good times roll and shine. This golden moment, you are mine. Rolling hills with the sun on our face. Every spirit's in this sacred place. Every life shared, every moment we find. With our heartbeat, our souls intertwined. Let the good times roll and shine. In this golden moment, you are mine.
You're watching.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp.
Yes, it is. It is time for hemp. I want to thank you for tuning in to the big broadcast today. I am Casper Leach, and we are focused on this wonderful plant known as cannabis hemp. And I do want to let you all be reminded that anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, we want you to fire up your pipes, your bongs, your vaporizers, and take time for hemp. And speaking of joints, I have a groovy joint host on the program today from up in Canada. He's also a very active individual in the world of media called Pace Network. I'll let my joint host, Al Graham, tell you all about it. Hey, Al.
Hey, how you doing, Casper?
Groovy, baby.
All right. Yeah, a quick little summary, paceradio.net is where you'll find the Pace Network, where we are advocating about cannabis as well as psychedelics. You can catch programming 7 days a week, and especially on Sunday when we run almost nonstop from 9 o'clock in the morning to about 11 o'clock at night.
Nice, nice. And I can certainly tell you the content you produce is outstanding, world-class. And I would encourage anybody in our audience who's got a couple of minutes to make it a point to check it out. And also, Al Graham, I think you and I both have an agreement when it comes to sometimes when you enjoy cannabis, you get the munchies. And one of the best things to enjoy when you have the munchies is old Southern fried chicken. And speaking of old Southern fried chicken, I know an old Southern dude who knows all about fried chicken, and he's down in the bottom part of the United States where Florida rocks and rules the beaches. Al Bird. Hey, Al.
Hi. Yeah, I'm in Southern Florida, Jimmy Buffett land.
All
But I'm a
right.
Yankee. I'm not an old Southern boy. They tolerate me down here, and I'm very thankful for that. But actually, folks, this is going to be a little different half hour than you may be used to. You're used to a lot of talking and not a lot of video, maybe. But here we're going to kind of twist it. We're going to do some video, and we're going to talk just a little. So we're going to get on with this. And the exciting afternoon or morning you are about to spend with us is all about chickens.
Yeah, exactly. It is about chickens. It's about the reefer roasters, and
that's it. Reefer roasters, yeah. Chickens.
Reefer roasters. Now, what would reefer roasters be about?
Chickens. Yep, that have been roasted. And fed. Oh yeah, that's the detail, aren't you? Yeah, these are the little guy chickens, and they grew up, they die, and they were fed hemp seed. That's it.
They were fed hemp seed, and that's
hemp seed. Yep. And you'll see in this the hemp seed, the characters involved. These are all real people, and I'll explain to you who they were as they come along. But the instigator of this was a medical doctor, PhD buddy of mine, now gone, named David Bush. You'll see him with a beard. They call him Skippy. One of the first talks that you get, pay attention to that, man. That's George McMahon. He was one of the 8 guys that joined with me to form Patients at a Time. He was his cannabis was coming at the time and always did from the federal government. Because George had a temper greatly. Anyway, that's all in my book for country and cannabis. But let's go to the chickens, because I think you'll really enjoy this. Pay attention. It's true. It's funny. It involves the cops. It's just kind of cool.
It is. Now, just so everybody knows, we've created, it's one whole length long movie, but we've created 5 clips, and as Al mentioned, he'll give a little bit of information about the clip after we run it. So let's get started. This first clip will have a bit of an introduction, let everybody know what's going on, and like Al said, we'll hear from George. So here we go.
Well, Skippy went down to the farm with 10 pounds of hemp seed under each arm. His feet a moving, his mind a clicking. He was going to feed that hemp seed to a chicken. Well, the chicken couldn't get enough eating that hemp seed. Not the damnedest thing that farmer ever saw. Those birds got so damn big, we took them to a barbecue sponsored by the pig. Meat inspector blown away. He was even sad to say it's not much of me being a boaster, but I'd eat that reefer roaster. Me ain't even breaking the law. Just don't get you high. Reefer roasters. I'll have a thigh. Reefer roasters. Juicy and hot. Reefer roasters. Not just pot.
Fellow sent me a report. It was the best singing food for canaries that there was, and that it was literally the best food birds could get with hemp. I'd already heard in Europe they had used it to feed chickens and thought it was a good deal, and it apparently their study said it was made their chickens fat and healthy. So it went from there until my friend decided to raise some and invited me to come to a barbecue. Wow. A policeman's benevolent. organization through a really nice barbecue. Excuse me. And the Reefer Roasters win. And there were chickens raised here on this farm by some friends of mine, specifically for that. And we fed this really healthy diet. And these were great chickens that when we took them we took these chickens to the location, the first thing they had to have done was they had to be inspected by a meat inspector. The inspector's remarks were to the effect, this chicken meat looks so healthy that he had not seen meat like that in 15 years. And he'd been a meat inspector for 20-something.
Well, listen, that's a clip, and I'm here just to give you a little brief of that. That gentleman that did the speech there and understood that, hey, we fed him hemp seeds and we had it all FDA inspected, and the inspector said, this is the best piece of meat I've seen in 15 years or something. We're not making this up, so you keep paying attention. That was George McMahon. He was one of the 8 guys that came with me with Patients at a Time. He was got his pot from the federal government. Terrible quality. Don't get me going there. George used it to go from being a cripple. I've seen him ride a bike for a mile, and he did it on purpose to show me I can do this. Great guy. So we're going to keep going. So now we got the chickens. They're in Iowa somewhere.
All right.
Now we're gonna see what. Well, okay, there they are. Now
we're going to hear from the people who raised the chickens and what it
was
was like during the process. And
these are friends of theirs, friends
Correct.
of somebody's.
Yeah, here we go.
Ben and Sylvia Olson, farmers in Pocahontas, Iowa, raised the chickens for the Reefer Roasters project.
Skippy originally called us up, and he wanted somebody to raise some chickens for him. And I said, I don't know anybody, and I'm really not too interested in raising chickens myself because I had enough of chickens when I was a kid. So,
Skippy, there's got to be farmers in your area. Find one who will raise you some chickens. No, I don't know anyone here anyway.
well, about the third time in as many weeks that he called, why I finally said to Skippy, well, listen, it's quite a lot of work to mess around with a few chickens to raise for this project and everything. So how much money are you willing to offer somebody to do this project? And he said $500 gold. And at that point, we tried to get some other people involved in doing the project, and as long as we were doing it, we thought we'd just as well do it up with enough chickens to make it worthwhile. So, they were fed. Skippy provided hemp seed that he bought from the Ohio hempery, and it was shipped here direct from the hempery. And we fed the chickens the hemp seed from the time that they were out of the crates when we brought them.
When they were babies, we ground it up in like a coffee grinder.
Yeah. Oh, they loved it
just
from
like
day
a
one.
powder.
And
then as they got bigger, they could handle it.
Yeah.
Just whole seed.
That is that's like candy, I think, to them. Or like, imagine your favorite food in one pile and everything else in the other. They would always go for their favorite, which was the hemp.
Oh, look at this. The feeder is now occupied with half hemp seed, and these chickens are going crazy with it on the hemp seed half. Now, you think they don't know what's going on. You're wrong.
No chickens, Rasha. No. Ben.
Yeah.
Trying to make them go around from one side.
Yeah, I'll tell you, they really do
disappointed when
focus on the hemp seed when they see it, man. It's like, wow, I'm gonna get some of that before it gets away.
Wow, Al Bird, tell me, I can't remember who was the Ohio hempery.
Don E. Wirtschafter.
Oh my gosh, I remember. Oh yeah, he was a hero.
Absolutely. Another big pilgrim in this thing, another one of the pioneers. He set up the hempery. It was the first modern hempery in the United States in Ohio, and it was basically a museum. But Donnie would he could import seeds from somewhere. Now these were cannabis seeds, but they were radiated, so they theoretically didn't lose any nutritional value, but they would sprout. And Donnie brought those in, sold them to Skippy, or gave them to him probably. And those were the seeds. And Donnie Wirtschafter. He's also in this book, another book that I produced, Cannabis in Medical Practice. And Donnie wrote produced a chapter in there on hemp seed nutrition, which Dr. Skippy Bush read, and I'm convinced that's where the idea for this reefer roasters came from Don's work. Anyway, great guy, good friend, still with.
And I'm going to say this little video too. Those chickens are going for that hemp seed the same way. Watching them do that's like watching members of Congress go for lobby money.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, let's move on. Now they've been fed. Now, unfortunately, this is a true story. These chickens will die.
Correct. So now we know they're going to be fed hemp seed and all that. So let's find out what the meat is like. Here we go.
A very large hemp-fed chicken was brought out of the freezer for dinner.
Yeah, this is one of our bigger birds, and he weighed
5.5 pounds.
5.5 pounds. And that is a
Thank you.
fine looking chicken.
It's really a rich looking color.
Yeah.
The,
When we took the birds out to Washington, D.C., and
see it through the frost.
they had to be inspected for the contest, the barbecue contest, the guy that the USDA man, the inspector, came around, and we opened up the carton for him. He looked in and took one look, said, wow, that's, you know, yeah, it was like, pulls it up, it's fine, no problem, right, George? It's been in the freezer, and we're going to go out and barbecue chicken. So I just thought I'd bring it out here and show it to you. This is part of the breast right there. It's really pretty meat. I really like the dark color to it, and the isn't that pretty? Yellow fat in there. It's a nice looking piece of meat. We'll see how it tastes in a little while.
Okay.
We're going to put this on the fire out here at the fire pit, get the fire going here in a few moments, and we'll have barbecued chicken like you'll all love it. Excuse the sunglasses, but I gotta wear them to cut the heat from this fire. So we'll put on some chicken. Whoa! Guess that's that oil coming off from the marinade. Okay. Well.
Okay, you want another plate?
So there we are. They cooked the chicken, and you saw the meat. He was describing it, how the color, the fat. I haven't seen that in a long time myself. Guy's got a great fire pit. Unfortunately, we can't taste it. So
No.
what we need to do is go further into this story, because this wouldn't be a story unless they took it someplace to taste it. And you heard George earlier talk about this benevolent association in Washington, D.C. I don't know if that's even possible, but we'll just leave it alone. This is a police benevolent association, which you'll see it equates to the DEA.
Oh my gosh! That
Oh yeah, this video.
Yeah.
We're getting
Here we go.
serious now.
Yeah, exactly.
Chicken was getting done. All sorts of people were coming over to the tent, reading the literature, examining hemp products, while marijuana leaves fluttered in the breeze. Everything was going well, and then the narcs showed up. After all, this was a police event, and the visit was friendly. No arrests were made, and this time they paid for the hemp products they took.
Get grab one. What? My present to you. Just remember, don't try to smoke it.
George McMay, the chief chef for the Reefer Roasters Project, suffers from nail patella syndrome and is one of the only 8 medical marijuana patients currently receiving government-grown marijuana as part of the government's Compassionate Use Program.
Heard the rumor that we're ahead in every category. Some hemp-fed chicken. What? Hemp-fed chicken. Come on, try just one taste. The barbecue sauce is made with a hemp oil mist, hemp seed oil mist. It's no THC, it's okay. It's a good piece of chicken.
I don't think pot would. Marijuana is good medicine. Marijuana is good medicine. That's right. Marijuana is
Let's get high on pork.
All right, what happened? What we got here?
Wonderful, Skippy.
Above and beyond the college.
Yeah, we don't have any film left.
Well, you smoke them. Yeah, and we smoke them too.
The Metropolitan Police has thanked DC Normal for growing reefer roasters on hemp seed and cooking them for the barbecue battle judges. I'd call that a nice outcome.
Really?
We're building good relations with the community police.
Yeah.
I can certainly tell you, Albert, it is nice to spend time with old friends again. It's like having them, it's like being at a picnic with them and then heading off to a hemp fest. Seriously, whoever did the filming of this presentation did an amazing job. I feel like I'm hanging out with old friends, enjoying good times.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed this, and that's why I wanted to. Skippy gave me this video before he passed on. And I've always wanted to do something with it. And remember Skippy Bush and George McMahon and the other people in that. And remember that this is 1994. You know, it was 30 years ago. Couple of things that got to me is seemed a lot friendlier then. Almost everybody in the film had a waist. Just a little dig. But they won. See, they got the first prize. Even the DEA had to say 30 years ago, this is pretty good stuff. And so the other thing we've been focusing on at Time for Hemp is nutrition. And again, you see how good that chicken was? Well, if you eat a chicken that looks that good, it's got to be good for you. If you eat a beef cattle that have been fed grass and hemp, just think what it could do for you, because it's going to do good things for that cow. And here's a background. We got to go. Here's your background. If you go into the local store, the grocery store right now to buy birdseed on the counter, 3-pound bag, 5-pound bag, you look at that. There'll be hemp seed on the list. There will be hemp seed on that list. Birdseed, even now today, has hemp in it, and it never has been taken out. When marijuana was taken out of the pharmacopoeia, basically in 1937, it was specifically left in that hemp seeds would remain in bird seed. That was the only exception. So here we are, reefer roasters. I hope you enjoyed it. And there's 2 or 3 heroes in that video that we wanted to let you know are out there someplace.
Yeah, and it was so nice to see them walking around and having a good time and laughing and spending time with their family and friends. And it was like spending a day with them. Don't you think so, Al Graham?
Yes, exactly. And that's what I liked about the festival scene. You got to be there, being part of it, seeing it and feeling it. I was going to the music there. I was enjoying it.
There's some good tunes there,
Yeah.
Well, you're right. We are down to the end of the wire. So everybody get Al Bird's book right here. Is like for country and cannabis, and make it a point to go to the Pace Radio Network, Pace Network up in Canada, and do visit timeforhemp.news. Lots of free downloads, and help us raise the voice of the cannabis hemp movement, and let everybody know how important it is to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for Pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. Check your facts. The founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses. It's money that's well spent. Right now, no excuses. It's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fuel and food and clothes and soap, housing, cars, yeah, cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant. Right now, it's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. These are words of Jefferson Thomas. He grew hemp. Why not us? It's time to lift the hemp ban. It's time to lift the hemp ban. Yes, we can. I know we can. We can make a difference. Yes, we can. Yes, I know we can. We can work together and lift the hemp ban. Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for you. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation. Yeah, it's time for hemp.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but none. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.